Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today's the 15th of February, 2022. My name is Kerry Holzman, and today we're going to go over an upgrade on a brand new laptop. This laptop isn't even a week old. It's a Dell XPS 9510. It's an 11th gen 11900H processor and a 3050 Ti GPU, as well as the integrated GPU on the CPU. So they automatically switch when GPU intensive tests, I guess automatically switches it to the built-in NVIDIA there. So Dell charges a lot of money to upgrade when you order a laptop. If you want more RAM or more storage, they make a lot of profit in that. And further, when you're ordering a laptop from Dell, especially the XPS line, when you start changing the amount of RAM, it will unknowingly, if you're not paying attention, change the model of laptop you're ordering. So when I ordered this laptop, I wanted the top of the line processor with the 3050 Ti. And the minute I tried to reduce the amount of RAM and the amount of storage to the bare minimum so I could do it myself, it switched me down without telling me. It switched me down to the next level of laptop, which didn't have the same processor. It might even have had a touch screen. I did not want a touch screen. I did not want Windows 11. And I went ahead and ordered it with Windows 10. And they sort of force McAfee on you for 40 bucks a year. What I've done is I've taken it out of the box, I've charged it up, and I've run Windows updates, which automatically installs the new BIOS update, and rebooted and repeated that a couple of times. And I'm just seeing a little bit of something here on top of this. This is brand new. It shouldn't have any problems. No, those are just look like little holes for maybe a microphone, or I'm not sure what they're for. But in any event, I also ordered it in white. I just thought, I've never owned a white laptop, so let's see what that looks like. I was surprised there are no USB Type A ports on this laptop. It's USB Type C only. There is no Ethernet, it's wireless only, and there is no HDMI output. So instead, what Dell has done is they've included a small dock. So this is a little USB-C dock, and that gives you your Type A USB port and an HDMI that you can use at the same time, and you can plug it into any of your USB Type C ports. I think this has 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. 1 here with a memory card reader, and then 2 on this side, and you would ideally use one of them for charging. The good news is it has USB Type-C charging on the adapter, so it doesn't matter which port you plug it into. As far as I know, it'll just charge it up regardless. You don't have to worry about broken power jacks anymore. And the packaging that Dell is shipping in now, their laptops, is very environmentally conscious. They don't have all the extra plastic and cardboard and stuff they used to, and yet it's still packed very well. And what I've done is I put links into everything on the video notes below the video for everything we're going to be doing today. I think it's all in there, including the family of XPS 9510 laptops that are at Amazon. There's some good deals on refurbished models there. The Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte drive is $199 at Amazon today here in the US with free shipping. So it's a really good price. I don't know how long it'll stay that price, but if you're in the market for a super fast Gen 3 NVMe solid state drive, that's the one I swear by. I've been using a lot of them, and that's a great price at $199. I want to put a 4 terabyte drive in here. What I was going to do was move the 4 terabyte drive and the 64 gigs of RAM out of my 9570 Dell XPS. And I realized I need a 4 terabyte drive to copy the contents of the 4 terabyte drive in there. And I don't just want to move the drive, I want to move the data. I want to keep this operating system intact without any of the older drivers or any of the old removed software that has left registry keys behind in the older Dell laptop. Well, I'm sure I could probably just take that solid state drive out and pop it in here, and the machine would boot, recognize all the new drivers. It's basically bogging down a brand new machine with all the extras that it's going to ignore. So I'm keeping the install fresh and clean from Dell on here. I'm going to have to reinstall Microsoft Office, reinstall all of my video editing and OBS software and email. And that's fine, because then it'll be lean and mean, and I won't have to worry about it for a couple of years. My other Dell laptop, the backspace key has busted off, and I'll be making a video about how to repair that. It's fairly inexpensive and fairly easy to do, and that'll be coming up. In the meantime, what I think I'm going to do today is go ahead and clone this drive to a 4 terabyte Sabrent drive. You'll see I've got a entire family of Sabrent drives here. There's 500 gigs, 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, and 4 terabytes. They had a sale a while back. Sabrent did not give these to me. I went to, saw they were on sale at Amazon, and I bought one of each size so I can do a video about the family of products from Sabrent. Again, not being paid by Sabrent. They don't even know I'm doing this, and they did not provide any product to me. For this video, everything's paid for using the channel contributions and revenue generated by the channel that's put back in to make more content, so I can just keep that wheel turning. XRod666 contributes $10. He says, wow, 3 streams in 2 days in a row, nice. Well, I've got a lot of catching up to do for sure. So thank you for the contribution. Also to Planet Cryos, who contributed $4, and the video that aired earlier today that Planet Cryos obviously put a lot of time and effort into editing, and I don't think folks really understand how difficult that is to film and then edit a build, and especially with the clarity and focus that Planet Cryos put into that. So if you haven't checked it out, be sure and check that out later. Now, when it comes to upgrading an NVMe drive, whether it's a desktop or a laptop, there's lots of different ways to accomplish this goal, and none of them are particularly right or wrong. There's just what's preferred by the person doing the work. For example, if you don't want to get involved in any software and you just want to push a button and walk away, this little SSD, M.2 SSD USB dock is perfect for that. You don't have to know anything. Let me take it up to the camera here so you can see it close up. But all you have to do is put your source or original M.2 in the source slot, and then put your empty M.2 in the target slot. Be sure you don't get those backwards. And then you just push the go button and you wait. This will take a while because it's a piece of hardware. It's not intelligent. So what it's going to do is it's just going to copy every sector on the source over to the target. Now the good side about this is you push a button, you walk away. The downside is if you've got a 2 terabyte drive, even if it's only got 100 gigs on it and 1.9 terabytes is free, you still will have to copy all 2 terabytes. So it's going to read each sector. It doesn't know if there's data on it or not. And for it to copy each sector, it has to have another drive of the same size or larger for obvious reasons. You can't put 2 terabytes of data onto something smaller than 2 terabytes if it's a hardware clone like this. You can do it with software. Software can intelligently detect where the data is and copy the data only. But a lot of people have problems what to do if the machine doesn't boot because they might have loaded the cloning software in legacy mode, or they might have loaded it in AHCI, and then the clone becomes that because that's what you booted in. And then if you don't change your BIOS, then you're not going to boot and you're going to wonder what you did wrong. So this kind of removes that problem or potential problem from occurring, and it's about the same price as paying somebody to do it for you. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to learn, you're not interested, you just want to be one and done, then you can buy this, push the button, and when it's completed, take your target drive out, pop it into your machine. You'll have to repartition the empty space. If we went from a 2 terabyte to a 4 terabyte, when we're done, the 4 terabyte is going to appear to be 2 terabytes because this is cloning. So if we're cloning 2, it's going to a 2, even if the drive is a 4. And then you have to manually expand that partition size to the size of the upgraded drive. With software, again, you don't usually have to do that with software like Acronis or Macrium Reflect or possibly even Clonezilla, and there's many partition tools. There's a bunch of different software out there that is more intelligent than a piece of hardware. But also with the piece of hardware, it's a USB dock. So you can take your old M.2 drive, and once you verified your clone is complete and everything's working, you can just pop it in here and use it as external storage. And in fact, you can have two of them in there at the same time and just plug it into USB. You don't need to buy an enclosure for it. So this is really useful if you want to have some more choices for M.2 external storage without dealing with a case and having a tool that can clone your existing M.2 NVMe drive to another of the same size or larger. You must clone to the same size or larger with most hardware cloning utilities. They do make them that are more intelligent, but they're cost prohibitive for a small business like mine. There's no way I could afford to justify the cost of that. So this is a nice USB dock that has the cloning option, but as I mentioned, you will clone the entire drive, not just the data portion. Every single sector gets cloned and then has to be put onto another drive, the target drive, that has to have enough space to hold the number of sectors the original has. So if it's got 2 terabytes worth of sectors, you need 2 terabytes worth of sectors minimum on the target. Now, I'm not going to use the hardware tool today because this is live and will be here a couple of hours. I'd like this to go as quickly as possible. So what I'm going to do, I can do a couple of different things. We can take the back off the laptop and we can see if there's a second M.2 slot. Some of these laptops have 2, one being empty for expansion. And what I could do, if it has 2, is put my new 4 terabyte drive in there and then load software like Acronis, run the rescue USB stick, and then internally clone the original drive to the new drive, and when it's completed, take the original drive out. I don't even think it's necessary to move it to the other slot, but that would be the fastest way to do this. The more practical way to do it would be to use a USB M.2 enclosure, and I really like the SilverStone TS16. And with the TS16, I like that it doesn't have a lid. It's just left wide open and there's no tools. So all you have to do is put your M.2 drive in it, and this little rubber post locks in on that little half moon shaped little cutout on the opposite end, and then you hit the power button. Well, you plug it into USB. This is USB Type-C only, which is fine because that's USB Type-C only anyway. USB Type-C should be really fast. We should be able to get 1,000 megabytes per second. And because this only has the original Windows 10 software from Dell on it that I've already cleaned up, it shouldn't take but maybe 2 or 3 minutes. If we were going to do the entire drive clone using the hardware dock, again, it's a blind sort of push a button and walk away. It's going to take probably an hour or 2. And then when we're done, the 4 terabyte drive won't show 4 terabytes. It'll show whatever size drive we have because it literally cloned it exactly. And then we'd have to go in and manually resize that partition to take advantage of the upgraded space. So you can see how no matter which way you go, it gets a little bit complicated. But with this drive dock, what I can do is put the new 4 terabyte drive in here, plug it into the USB Type-C, boot off an Acronis or any cloning software tool, and then clone from the internal drive to the 4 terabyte drive. Acronis will automatically do the partitions for us and resize them accordingly. And when that clone is done, then we can take the back off, pull the original drive out, put the clone drive in, and it should just boot up and look exactly the same, but without us having to do anything for taking advantage of the extra space. So the way this laptop sits is I wanted the fastest processor with the best video card with no touch screen, with the smallest SSD and the smallest amount of RAM because, as I mentioned, Dell way overcharges for those. Much, much cheaper to do that upgrade yourself. It is a fairly simple thing, and once it's done, you won't have to worry about it for a long time. So there's probably a bunch of other ways we could accomplish this by taking an image of the drive and putting it onto an external drive and then restoring that image onto the new drive. It's a little more complex, but if you were, say you had 20 of these to do for an office, it would make more sense to take an image of one and then restore that image back to the other 19, whether or not you're upgrading the drive, just to keep the configuration the same, rather than having to, for example, install Office on every single one. That's very time consuming, or install Windows updates on every single one. When you clone it, you get all of that automatically. However, just because you're cloning the disk doesn't mean your software is going to remain activated. So in the case of cloning Microsoft Office, it's going to detect you've got different hardware than what it was activated on, assuming you activated Microsoft Office. And it'll require you to put a new product key in. But you'd have to do that even if you installed Microsoft Office clean. But this is much, much faster because Office will already be installed. All you got to do is change the product key so that it has a unique product key for each laptop and activate it. And you're good until you make any significant changes to the machine, which should never require any further activation. And you'll do the same for any software that requires activation. The cloning simply allows you to not have to install the software, install all the software updates. You can do all of that, have it all done, and just simply clone it, and then all you have to do is put your product keys in and activate. I can deploy 20 laptops using this method, if it's like this, probably in an 8-hour day with no problem. You know, if I did one at a time, it'd probably take about 10 minutes each. So 8 hours would be very reasonable to accomplish that using this method. But if I had to do each one by hand manually, or if the laptops were different where cloning wouldn't make any sense, you want them to all be identical. I'm veering a little off course here, but essentially there's more reasons for cloning and imaging beyond a hard drive upgrade. Either way, the goal here is to save us some time and to save us money. So let's see if we can get started here. If we take a quick look in the chat, hello to everybody joining. Thank you to our contributors, and again over to Planet Cryos for his video earlier today. And hey, there's Photo Ray. The other thing you can do when you are upgrading a drive is keep the original drive and put it in a drawer, because that is essentially your backup if your new drive should fail. Just because it's new doesn't mean it's not. You don't get to say, well, the drive is brand new, therefore it's going to automatically be more reliable. Reliability has nothing to do with any guarantee that the drive is going to be fine out of the box, or that it might or might not have a short lifespan, requiring you then to either put your old drive back in the case that you saved it, or you take an image of the drive as a backup, so you're not wasting the whole drive. You can save the backup as a file. So always good to have a backup. And installing Windows 10 and then doing all the updates and then installing all the drivers and then running the cleanup and the optimization tool, changing the desktop icons, uninstalling the built-in Windows apps I don't want. It's very time consuming. And so by just doing the clone, not only is it faster, but I don't have to repeat any of that action. It's already done. There's another $10 over there from Planet Cryos. Thank you again. Greg Guy says he's watching from St. Mary's County, Maryland, United States Navy, retired. Welcome in, Greg. Thank you for your service. We don't know exactly how long any particular part will last. Warranties are based on basically actuaries who determine statistically the likelihood of failure and time. And when someone in the chat room talks about mean time before failure, or MTBF, those are statistical numbers. It's like saying the average lifespan of a male in the United States is 72 years old. That doesn't mean every male in the United States is guaranteed to live 72. 72 years, or that they will die before they reach 73. But if you average out the people who die at 12 years old and the people who die of 112 years old that are male in the United States, the average then for that period of time would be, let's just say, 72. That has really no effect on you. Statistically, plane travel is the safest way to travel, but that's of little consolation to somebody who's lost a loved one in an air disaster. So let's not rely on MTBF as though it were factually applicable to all people and all products at all times. It is an average that is made using mathematical statistics. There are products that will arrive DOA. There are products that will only live a couple of weeks or a couple of months. And it's always been that way. I mean, I've changed out light bulbs with brand new bulbs, and the brand new bulb burned out within days, and the old bulb ran for years. And then well, it's a brand new bulb. It shouldn't have happened. Well, in a perfect world, you're right, but we don't live in a perfect world, and we also don't have control over how things might be handled in the packaging and distribution before it actually gets to the end user. That's why there can't be these kind of guarantees. At best, there's a warranty, and that's why there is a warranty. If the mean time before failure was something you could rely on, manufacturers would not need a warranty, would they? So don't have false assumptions based on statistics. In my opinion, that's a foolhardy and foolish way to go, especially if you're a business owner, right? Because if you start making these kinds of promises to your clients, you're probably going to find yourself in a courtroom. Vern says, eek, I'm 73. I don't know what the average lifespan is for an adult male in the US. I know it had recently reduced. Let's see, average lifespan. Adult, I'll just take male American. The average life expectancy at birth among comparable countries was 82.1 years in 2020, down half a year from 2019. The CDC estimates show that life expectancy at birth in the US decreased to 77 years old in 2020, which is down 1.8 years from the 78.8 years in 2019. So again, these statistics are if we take all the people who died at an older age and all the people who died at a younger age, and we run the math on that, how many people, you add up all the ages together, you get a giant number, and divide that by the number of people that you're counting, and then that'll give you your average age. It's pretty basic math. However, that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to live that long, or that you couldn't live much, much longer than that. That's why they're called averages, and it's why they're called statistics. So be that as it may, we do have a warranty, and there's always a requirement to have a backup of important data because life is so unpredictable and chaotic. And there's a lot of other reasons why you might need a backup that have nothing to do with the drive failing. You could have ransomware, viruses, you could have the motherboard fail, you could spill something on the laptop, you could drop it, it could be stolen. There's lots and lots and lots of different ways. So if the data is important to you, you make a copy of it and keep it elsewhere. That's why you do it. Otherwise, you're up a creek, and it's nobody's fault but your own. Planet Cryos with another 10 bucks says, I just bought myself a Synology DS220 Plus with a couple of NAS drives, and I hope I'm going to like it. Plus, I purchased the extra RAM for it. Oh, I think you're going to like it. Yeah. I needed a little bit of extra storage here for moving video files that I need to edit. I don't edit them standing up here at the desk, but I often record them here. So what I was doing was copying the files onto a flash drive and taking it to the other room and plugging it into my Dell, and I would edit the videos on the Dell laptop. That's old school. That's called a sneaker net when you're walking the data across there. So I was on the verge of clicking to buy a Synology, but I really didn't need that. What I needed was just a little common place to share files between the two workstations, and I don't want to use the cloud because it's too slow. If I'm uploading a file so I can edit it, I don't want to wait a half an hour or an hour for that huge video file to upload, only to turn around and wait again to download it. That's not practical. That would be practical if I was editing in a different location, but since I'm in the same building, what I did is I bought a 5 terabyte Western Digital external hard drive, USB. And they're advertised for like plugging into PlayStations and Xboxes. But I plugged it into the back of my Netgear router, and it just automatically shares it. So now I've mapped a drive letter to it, and now I can easily just go to drive letter X, which is mapped on both the laptop and on the desktop here. And that takes me to the root directory of the shared drive. And then I've got access to any files I want to share between the machines without the constant hassle of loading up a flash drive, carrying it over. I was really doing it the old-fashioned way, and the workflow now is much more efficient, much more optimized. So bear that in mind that you may not need a NAS, a network attached storage. If you have a modern router with a USB port, you can often just take a laptop external drive, USB, and plug it in and just activate the share feature on the router. Perhaps I'll make a video on that at some point, but in the meantime, let's see what we got here. AJ wants to know why there's no Ethernet cables when it's one location. Well, running Ethernet cables would mean I would have to string it across the floor, which is a tripping hazard, or it would mean I have to punch holes in the walls and get up in the attic, and I do not have permission to put any holes in any walls or to get into the attic for any reason. This is not my place. When it's your place and you want to do that, of course you certainly can. The laptop, and I'll remind you again, has no wired Ethernet port. This laptop has no wired port, and my Dell XPS 9570 has no wired port. And their wired ports are going away on these laptops, especially the thinner and higher performance the laptop is, the less likely you're going to have that. Now, yes, you can buy a USB to Ethernet adapter. You can plug it in so you can run that hard line. But Wi-Fi is so painless and it's so easy. By transferring these files over Wi-Fi or transferring them over an Ethernet cable is only a difference of a few seconds. But the amount of time, effort, and money I would have to spend to wire this place up would not only violate the terms of the arrangement that allows me to be here, but it would be exceptionally labor intensive. And if I caused any damage, I would be responsible for that and I would have to fix it. And while I'm doing all that nonsense, I would not be able to work to earn money. So Wi-Fi is there as a convenience, and it's there in a way that is making a regular Ethernet cable completely unnecessary. In fact, we're able now to achieve faster speeds with a high-end, Wi-Fi 6E router and a Wi-Fi 6E adapter with Windows 11. It's got to be Windows 11 for 6E. I can transfer data wirelessly faster than through a gigabit cable. And again, I'm not constantly moving files every day all the time. It's basically I've made a video, I want to edit that video and publish it, and I might do that 2-3 times a week, maybe, at the most. And the videos, once they're copied over to the shared drive, it's just a few seconds to copy it locally. I like to work on it locally so the video editing and rendering will be faster. I don't have to copy it over. I could render it right there onto the network storage, but it would take longer. So I use the local laptop, do all the work locally, and I take the final rendered files and thumbnails and then move them back as a backup to the external drive with the original file. So you can see that it can start to consume a lot of space, but it's not like I'm sharing a bunch of data with a bunch of people. If I was, network attached storage like Synology would be ideal. Andy Kane contributes €2. He says, here's a little bit extra to you, cuz. Is it Kaz? Thank you for great content. Thank you, Andy. So let's get started here. Like I said, there's a lot of different ways that we can clone this. This is a brand new laptop. It's not even a week old. There's maybe some other ways you can clone it. What are your suggestions? What would you do if you were in my position? You've got a brand new laptop and you've ordered it with a small drive because you wanted to save money. and you want to clone it to a bigger drive, how would you clone it? Just kind of curious. Keith said he had an XPS 13 and ran Ethernet through its USB-C when docked. Yeah, like I said. That's what I already said. But Andy says every little bit helps carry, you know. That's true, it does. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Now you'll notice every one of these Sabrent drives in the bottom, I guess that's the bottom right corner, shows, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong video feed for me. Let me just click this button right here. Okay, now I can see myself. You'll see it comes with a free copy of Acronis software, but it's not a fully featured Acronis software. The software only allows cloning, that's all it does, and you have to have a qualifying drive. One of the whether you're cloning from or you're cloning to, has to be a Sabrent drive for this version of Acronis to work. If you got Western Digital, or you've got AData, or you've got any of the other manufacturers except Samsung, they basically all come with their own version of Acronis that only works with their drive. That's how it's done. You know, Acronis isn't stupid. So they're going to give you that as a benefit for cloning, but it's not the full featured version of Acronis. And if it doesn't detect the manufacturer who is assigned that Acronis software, so in this case it's Sabrent, then the software will say you don't have any qualifying products, and it simply won't work. But it doesn't matter if your qualifying product is the source or the target. As long as one of them is the manufacturer that's giving you the Acronis, then the Acronis will work simply for cloning. That's all it's intended for. Samsung provides their own tool, and they're the only one I know of NVMe manufacturers that does not offer a free copy of Acronis for cloning. So we could do that if we wanted to, but I don't want to do that. I've already got Acronis, so I don't need a limited version. I can use the full version that I own. Kenny said he would use an NVMe Enclosure and Macrium Reflect. Alex says the same thing. John Paul Bacon says an NVMe M.2 adapter and use cloning software like Acronis. Mountain Biking Kid said I prefer a clean install. Well, this is a clean install. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Why would I do a clean install and erase it and do another clean install? How does that? I'm just going to have exactly the same data. If I were to do this all over again with a blank slate and put it exactly like it was, and you did a file comparison of the clone to the original, and then you tell me which is which, you wouldn't be able to tell me. Every bit of data would be the same. So all you're doing is wasting time. This is a clean install. This laptop is not even a week old. So just to be clear, if I wanted to, I could just take the 4 terabyte drive out of the old Dell XPS, put it into the new Dell XPS. Then I understand I'd be on the same page with you. As I've already said earlier, I don't want to do that because I don't want to carry all of the software that's been uninstalled and registry keys that are obsolete and et cetera, drivers that are specific to the hardware in that machine. Even though it wouldn't hurt anything necessarily, it wouldn't be a clean install. So that's why I'm doing it this way, to keep it as a clean install. Sean 10 says, I'd check to see if the laptop has a secondary drive slot first and make a decision, but that's just me. I mean, if you're going to open it and void the warranty anyway, why not? I don't believe opening it voids the warranty. I think that's a fallacy. As far as I know, there is no such thing in the United States as opening something voiding a warranty. I know you've probably seen those stickers that say warranty void if broken, right? And the sticker, well, those aren't legal. They're not legally enforceable. They're unenforceable actions. And if they deny your warranty, it's a violation of US law. So they might put that on there because they can, but it's completely meaningless and unenforceable. Besides, it's very reasonable for somebody to want to upgrade storage or RAM on a brand new machine. And to void somebody's warranty for that is unjustifiable. So you have the right to open it up. It's yours. And they are required, the manufacturers, by United States law, of honoring the warranty on that device. There are some laws in the US that dictate a minimum warranty period whether the manufacturer likes it or not. So no worry about that. Now, if you damage the machine while you've got it open, then that's not a warranty problem, that's your problem. And you know, if they detect that there's physical damage inside and you opened it, they're not going to honor their warranty. That's completely legal, and obviously it makes logical sense. William wants to know if you installed the Dell driver updater on the Dell XPS 9510. Absolutely not. You must get all of your drivers from Dell. You never ever want to go around the manufacturer of the laptop for your drivers unless you like having problems. Dell has modified this hardware in such a way that if you try to install the Intel driver, video driver, it'll say no compatible hardware found. If I tried to install the NVIDIA driver software will say it won't allow it. It'll say this is not a standard NVIDIA card. You need to go to your manufacturer for any updated drivers. So what that means is there may be a newer driver available from NVIDIA, but Dell has not released an updated driver, and you might want the latest driver, but you can't have it. You will have to wait until Dell updates it, and they always do. And there's a Dell update utility, and there's an HP update utility, and every Dell laptop and desktop and HP laptop and desktop respectively. And that is what you should be exclusively using for your firmware, BIOS, drivers, only from the manufacturer, unless it's a third-party peripheral you've added yourself. For example, if I've plugged in a USB camera and it's Logitech, any third-party hardware peripherals that I'm plugging in, I would then need to provide the driver for, if I wanted to, if it's not provided by Windows 10 already or Windows 11, whatever you're using, but it's not provided by Dell, then you'd have to use the manufacturer. When we use the Intel driver update utility, it's on systems we are building ourselves. Always use the Dell update utility and the HP update utility or the ASUS update utility. If you've bought a pre-built machine from one of the major manufacturers, use their utility. But you'll find out when you try to install the driver, it simply won't let you. It'll say no compatible hardware found if you try to bypass the manufacturer and go straight to the hardware manufacturer of the chip. It's a customized chip. So they're not letting you do it because you would cause problems. So they're not allowing you to hurt yourself. They're doing you a favor. Hey, there's Mario L, contributes $2. He goes, like removing the tag on a bed. Yeah, remember it would say, illegal to remove this tag. Well, they've rephrased that now. It's illegal for the manufacturer or the seller to remove the tag. Once you buy it, once the consumer has it, the consumer can remove the tag. It's perfectly legal. And the tag now says that. Tag can only be removed by consumer, period. So, but yeah, it was a joke a long time ago, but they've rephrased it. The law hasn't changed, but people, especially today, are so literal. There's a lack of common judgment, regular judgment of understanding why these rules exist. They're not just random, telling you can't remove tags. They're telling the manufacturer, the seller, those tags must remain by law. And once you, the consumer, buy it, you're more than welcome to remove the tag, and there's nothing illegal about that. Planet Cryo says I should take some tweezers and move one electron at a time. He said Acronis is his go-to. Master Singleton wants to know if the new Dell laptop shipped from the factory pre-installed with Windows 11 or Windows 10. Again, I've already addressed it. It's Windows 10. Actually, it was kind of surprising to me because I had to talk to somebody at Dell about this. And they said, why did you not want Windows 11? Like, what do you care? Never mind your own business. So I basically shut them down. I just said, I was offered Windows 10 Pro or Windows 11, and I selected Windows 10 Pro. Is there some reason I should not have? Because I need Windows 10 Pro. And they said, No, you're fine. I said, okay. And then they dropped it. Like I felt like I was being challenged. Like, do you not think I knew what I ordered? Did I ask you a question? You know, that wasn't the reason I was talking to the folks at Dell, was for them to justify what I was paying for. So I was a little like, go ahead, test me. I can always upgrade to Windows 11 in the future, but right now I need Windows 10 Pro. And I have no intention of going to Windows 11 anytime in the foreseeable future, though eventually that day will come. And when it does, this laptop will handle it and it'll be free to upgrade. Merle Essex says, Begowden did explain on this channel that the free version of Acronis is fully functional, cloning, imaging, scheduling, as long as you have the qualifying drive attached. Good to know, Merle. Thank you for the correction. I never in my life have touched the free version of Acronis. I don't like the limitations on it. It's a fairly inexpensive product, and I can't rely on free products as a professional. First of all, it violates license terms, but secondly, there's no support on free products. So if you have a problem with Acronis and you have the free version, Acronis isn't going to help you for free. You can go to the Reddit forum for Acronis and get free help there, but they're not going to pay an employee to answer the phone and tutor you or talk to you for a free product, for obvious reasons. Somebody's got to pay the phone bill, somebody's got to pay the employee's time. So when you buy the product, that's a different story. William Lynn wants to know if Windows 11 is not good. I don't think it's a question of Windows 11 being good or not. I never said that Windows 11 was bad. I simply stated I don't want it and I don't have any use for it. If anybody can tell me what you can do with Windows 11 to justify having it that I cannot already do in Windows 10, I'd like to know what that is. But as far as I can tell, they've changed the interface and they've moved a lot of things around. There's some optimization on 12th gen, but this is an 11th gen, so that doesn't impact us. So I don't understand why anybody would want Windows 11. That's the bigger question. It's not a question of whether or not Windows 11 is any good. It's why do you want it? What is Windows 11 going to do for you that Windows 10 is not already doing? Remember, I work for a living, and I have clients who pay their employees to work. If their employees can't find the Windows applications they need quickly and efficiently, their productivity goes down. That means customers aren't getting helped as efficiently. Maybe you're doing less work in the day until the employee is trained and familiar with the relocation and the different looks and limitations that have been applied in the new OS. And so there's going to be a cost of productivity, and there may even be incompatible hardware and software that will have to be replaced in the business itself. For consumers, it doesn't really matter. Consumers can use an Etch-a-Sketch for all I care. You're just playing around in your computer. I'm talking about business. I'm talking about what makes the world go round, not what keeps you preoccupied in your spare time. This is business. So while a lot of YouTube content creators are hobbyists and enthusiasts, they do things because they find it a fun way to spend their time and their money. No business that I'm aware of considers spending time or money fun. It's very serious, and they want the best return on investment as possible. They want their employees to be as productive as possible. They want to help as many customers as humanly possible to make the most amount of profit and lower their expenses. So I'm always going to come at you in my videos with a very pragmatic approach to return on investment and value of time, and understand that when you're at home doing stuff on your computer, you're just messing around. You're not impacting anybody else. It's a whole different world when you're held accountable to the financial losses or productivity losses of a business that paid you to do a job. If I pay you, for example, to clean my pool, and you leave the water on because the water level of the pool was low, and you forget you left it on, and then you leave, and then that pool overflows, and it damages the pool or it damages the side of my house, you are held financially responsible to compensate for whatever it costs to repair everything for the damage that you caused. That's business. Now, if it's your pool and you go out there and you turn the hose on and you forgot, It doesn't affect anybody but you. But when you paid a professional to do a job, that professional has liability and responsibility, which most YouTube content creators that are enthusiasts and hobbyists don't actually do this kind of work for a living. And they don't comprehend, nor do they convey to their audience that hobbyist activities are often extraordinarily expensive and they don't make a lot of sense. It's just something people do for entertainment. But that same entertainment can be a business. You might like going to the movies. That might be something you like to do for fun. But if you're a movie theater, or you're running a movie theater, you own a movie theater, then it's a business. And each seat you want to fill to maximum capacity to make the most amount of money. It's not a joke, it's not a game. And it's critical that you're able to pay your employees and you're able to keep your business open. And there's nothing lighthearted to take about it when people's quality of life is on the line. So, you know, it's still fun for me, but in a different way where it's got to be practical and pragmatic. And that's why I'm so busy all the time. Business owners see the value in what I offer. They understand that I value their time and I value their money, and I don't squander it or suggest things they don't need or things that are just pretty just because we can. That's a quick way to find yourself unemployed. So again, as a hobbyist, that's all well and good, and you can pick up those kind of hobbyist tips everywhere online. Hobbyists are very, very active online. Business professionals, not so much. So I hope I'm giving you some insight to what you're generally not seeing online, which is actual work. And it's very serious. Again, when somebody is paying you to do a job, you cannot be using free tools. There is legal issues with that. Best Buy's Geek Squad got in big, big trouble for using tools like CCleaner and stuff like that, that were not licensed for that. It'd be like if I created something and I let you use it, and then you sold it to somebody. It wasn't yours to sell. You owe me that money now. Or if you profit from anything that I have let you use, but I did not give you permission to use it in a line of work where you would profit, then I'm going to sue you for every penny you made plus damages. On the other hand, if you want to make an agreement with me that you pay me a certain percentage of your income that you've derived from using my tool, we could work that out. And the same is true with Microsoft Word or Excel or PowerPoint. If you wrote a book, if J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter in Microsoft Word, and they find out that she was using an unlicensed or pirated copy of Microsoft Word, Microsoft could sue her for a significant percentage of the amount of money she earned as a result. So, welcome to the world of business. It's not fair for you to take somebody else's work and profit for it and then leave them with nothing. Furthermore, there's no support in anything that's free. So if there's a problem, as far as the customer is concerned, it's your problem for you to solve, or they're not going to pay you, or worse, they could sue you for damages that you caused when they hired you and you didn't do the job right and you didn't fix it. And you will get no backup and no support from anything that's free. So you're on your own there. Likely you'll go out of business. So, you know, business gets really, really serious. It's not a joke. And you can, as a result of it, live a better lifestyle, drive a nicer car, live in a bigger house, have nicer things that you're not likely going to have based on people giving you stuff for free. Maybe there's a few people out there that are lucky enough, but most of us, we're going to have a lifestyle based on how much work we put in. And the more you work, generally speaking, the more you get paid. And if you cause damages where you work, you will likely not have a job, nor will you likely have a referral for your next job. So it's something I'm very, very protective about, is my reputation in the business. And I don't cheap out on things. At the same time, I don't overextend myself with ridiculousness, because it's got to make financial sense. Just looking at the comments to see if there's any other questions. Not seeing any other questions here, so I think I'll go ahead and get started on this. So again, there's a couple different ways we can do this. What I want to do is I want to make a video that's going to be helpful to the average viewer. So when you're a content creator, and specifically in education, it doesn't do me much good if I'm so specific in the way that I do things that it would only apply to people in the exact same situation. In other words, if this Dell laptop has a second M.2 slot, that would be a faster way to clone the drive. But how many people have laptops that would have a second M.2? I would guess not many. So I would rather show a way of cloning that would work equally for a laptop or a desktop using a universal means that would apply to everybody equally, rather than being so specific and niche that it would require you to have every single detail or the lesson is worthless to you. So for that reason, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the MS-16 Enclosure from SilverStone. And we'll put the new drive in the enclosure, and then we'll boot to an Acronis rescue disk here, and we'll clone from the internal drive to the external drive. And when the clone is complete, we'll open the laptop and switch them out, and it should just boot and everything should be happy. If I was at a client's, if this was a client's laptop and they're paying me by the hour, then this job would have already been done. And I would have opened it, I would have looked to see if there was a second M.2, because that would be faster. And if I can help more clients in a day, each individual client pays less, and I make more money at the end of the day by helping more people. But when I'm making videos, you have to understand that I have to take under consideration what the differences are of the needs of the client. So when a specific client is paying me, I do the job specifically for that client. But if I'm doing a job as a teacher or an instructor to a classroom, as I'm doing now, then things are much more generic, and time isn't so much the issue as it is the clarity of the lesson, and that those lessons can be put into real life when they leave the classroom, when the students leave the classroom, and they have a different laptop or a different desktop. These lessons that I'm showing you still apply exactly the same. So that's why I say there's lots of different ways to accomplish the task, and there's different reasons why different ways would be selected. This, for example, not this, this hardware dock would be great if I had other things to do. At the same time, I could be cloning just by pushing a button. It wouldn't have to be on the bench. It could be off somewhere else, and I could be working on another system. I could be billing 2 clients at the same time. Imagine getting paid 2 hours for every hour of work you do. So lots of different ways, lots of different reasons why people choose those ways. Home users might choose whatever is the free way, whatever costs them as little as possible, but they may spend days or weeks getting it done. Certainly would spend more time getting it done than a paid professional with tools and experience. That's not right or wrong. I'm just saying that as examples, there are different reasons that are valid for why different processes might be selected by those implementing them. Romac says, greetings from Finland. Hey, Romac, welcome in. All right, so Let's go ahead and get this out of its package. I'd love to see the 8 terabyte drives come down in price. They're still over $1,000. These drives from Sabrent, they run about $600. I think this was on sale for $500. Sabrent always has a nice metal tin that they put their M.2 drives in. I hate to throw them away. I'm like, geez, it's too nice of a container. Now if I can just get the box opened, then we can get to the technical stuff. Well, you know what? I'm just going to rip the box. I don't even care anymore. Just rip it open. There it is. There's that metal tin I was telling you about. Jean Tam with $20 says, it's great to know that the warranty sticker I've always waited. It's great to know about the warranty sticker. I've always waited for the warranty period to end, especially on PlayStations. Yeah. There's a whole argument about right to repair. But look up, if you're in the United States, you can look up the legalities of warranties. And just you can verify what I'm telling you, and you can get more clarity, better defined than my paraphrasing and examples. But obviously, if you cause damage when you're in there, all bets are off. But just the act of opening it, you can't void a warranty by opening it. So here's our 4 terabyte Sabrent M.2 NVMe drive. And this enclosure is really nice because it will take either the SATA-based M.2 or the NVMe M.2s. You used to have to buy the specific M.2 enclosure for the type of M.2 that you had. Now it's pretty common to find these. Again, I like that this doesn't have a lid on it, and we can just pop it in there like so, and then you'll see that we pull this little rubber post back and it just locks in place, and that's ready to rock and roll. That's how easy that is. The next thing we're going to do is I've got my Acronis 2021 rescue disk, and you'll notice this rescue disk is USB Type A. And as I mentioned, there is no USB Type A on here, but there is this little hub, or I don't know what they call it. It's like a little dock, if you will. And you'll see it's got a HDMI out and a USB Type A, and it just folds out the cable, and we'll plug that in, and that's going to give us our Type A port. So I'll plug that in. Let's plug it in over here. Now I could install Acronis into Windows. There's probably 27 different ways I can clone this or accomplish this task. And I don't want to enumerate each and every one of them, but do know that what I'm about to show you is being done for the reasons that I've already given, and that there are many other alternatives that might be considered under different scenarios and circumstances. So with that, what I'm going to do is plug the Acronis flash drive in there. We'll turn this around so you can see it. And this is still, like I said, a brand new laptop. I'm not real familiar with how well it's, the ins and outs of it. You'll see just by opening the lid, it automatically turned on. That's a new feature the Dell laptops are doing, which I think is pretty clever. I don't normally lift the lid unless I'm going to turn it on. So it makes sense. It's saving that step. And you can see we've got Windows, and you can see the icons we've got there with the desktop. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and do a shutdown here so that I can have it boot to that USB Acronis rescue disk. Frank Jimmy says, PS, maybe not PlayStation, but power supplies? Well, that would be a PSU. If you're talking about working on power supplies, the sticker usually says that there's no user serviceable parts inside, but it doesn't void a warranty. If the manufacturer does say that you voided the warranty because you opened it, then you can copy the appropriate federal law and send it to them. You can just Google search it, and they'll be legally obligated. But anyway, let me go ahead and turn this back on. So I think this up here is the power button. Where's my delete key? Is it F12 I gotta hit? I don't know. Let me just get my glasses so I can see. Let me stand over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So if I hit this blank button, this must be the power button. And then what, F12? Is it F12? I don't know where's my boot menu. Just keep pressing F12. Preparing one-time boot menu. Windows Boot Manager, UEFI. It's got an SK Hynix 512 gig NVMe drive in here. UEFI USB disk 2.0. I definitely want the UEFI USB disk 2.0. That's the Acronis rescue disk. We'll push number 1 in the menu for loading Acronis TrueImage 64-bit. The flash drive is flashing, and it's loading Acronis. And while it's loading Acronis, I'm going to go ahead and plug this 4 terabyte new drive into either of the remaining USB-C slots over here on this side. And then I will hit the power button to turn that on. We have to give it a second for Acronis to recognize that we just plugged that in. And then I'm going to, let's see if I can zoom this in a little bit for you so you can see what I'm doing. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the HDMI out will work. It's a good way to test it. I don't know if it has to be in Windows for this to work, but if I plug an HDMI cable into it, right there. And then let me step over here and see if that's sending a signal through OBS. No, I don't see a signal coming out of it. I think it needs a driver in Windows to activate this HDMI port. That's sort of the downside of not having an HDMI built in and having to use the USB-C adapter. But that's okay. I was curious. Like I said, I'm still familiarizing myself with the laptop. And now I know. So what I'll do instead is we'll come over to this camera and we can zoom in on the screen here. Maybe I can. Tilt it down a little bit. And we'll go up here to Tools and Utilities, and we go to Clone Disk right down there at the bottom. We'll leave it on automatic and hit Next. It says select the source hard disk from the list below, and it's only showing USB. It's not showing the internal source that this laptop has. And this is usually because the laptop is newer than Acronis, and this is last year's version of Acronis, and it's not seeing the internal storage. Because of that, I cannot use the version of Acronis I have to complete this task. I would have to either use an updated version of Acronis that has the necessary driver. I'd have to make a custom Acronis disk, rescue disk with the driver already in it, or I'd have to use a different utility, or like I said, there's a lot of different ways we can do this. This is a bit of a surprise. I wasn't expecting Acronis to not see this because it's still NVMe, but it may be Gen 4, and maybe that's why it's not seeing it. I'm not exactly sure why. However, it's not the game over scenario. It's just that was the way I had it set in my head I was going to do it. But there's, like I said, alternate ways. So let me pull the camera back a little bit. That should be good right there. Okay. Now there are other cloning utilities that I could try to use. Hold on, my camera's looking a little low there. Let me just make a few more adjustments. So I don't like moving this camera. It's always a pain to put it back. It's like adjusting the seat and mirrors the way you like them in the car. And then somebody else drives your car and you just can't quite get it the way you had it. But in any event, this is, again, not a showstopper. What I think is a little bit ironic is it's seeing everything through the USB port. A few years ago, when USB wasn't being used for storage as much, for large storage, Acronis would constantly need a driver to see the USB stuff. Now it's seeing the USB stuff fine, but it's needing a driver to see the built-in storage, the NVMe storage. So things keep changing. Frank Jimmy says the internal drive may be encrypted. Oh, that's possible. It's absolutely possible. That adds another level of complexity to the deal. As I mentioned, I could always take the drive out and use the cloning tool, which should work whether the drive is encrypted or not. It's still copying data. Whether it's encrypted data or not, this tool doesn't know the difference. It copies every bit exactly as it is. So that wouldn't hold us back if that were the case. It won't offer us the destination disk as a source because our destination is brand new out of the box. It has no partition and no format. And Acronis is intelligent enough. Remember, I selected the automatic mode. And in automatic mode, it knows if the drive has no partition and no format, that must be the destination, the target drive. It doesn't know what you want as your source, though, because you'll typically have two choices on most computers with one hard drive. You have the Acronis boot disk, which is what it's showing us. You have your internal drive. And then obviously anything that's brand new without a format or partition, there's nothing to clone. So why would it offer that as a source? Once you've selected your source, it'll then ask you for your destination, and it will assume and default to a drive that Acronis makes easier, that I don't necessarily see with competitors' products where you've got to do everything by hand. Frank Jimmy says you can decrypt the drive to use Acronis. Frankie B says, Carrie, go into Windows and see if Bitlocker is on. That wouldn't make any sense for Bitlocker to be on because there would be a password. So when you get a new computer, it doesn't have Windows pre-installed on it. What it comes with is a Windows pre-installation. You have to complete the installation yourself. So if you've ever bought a new computer before from a major manufacturer, it walks you through the final steps of configuring Windows through the setup process. As a result, I can't imagine that Bitlocker could be turned on in a pre-installation process. That would be something you'd have to do after the fact, just speaking logically. Also, a password would be set, and that password would have to be provided. For Dell to do that to their consumers would probably result in a lot of technical support calls that are unnecessary. So I can't imagine that Bitlocker is on, but encryption in the BIOS could be turned on. Jack suggests I try the function and the function button with the F keys to cycle through the video options. That requires a Windows driver. I've never seen that work outside of Windows. So when hardware requires a driver, then that depends on your operating system to be able to make that communication. So I sincerely doubt the function keys will do anything well in the Acronis boot disk. Linda suggests logging into Windows and doing a live clone from within Windows. Yeah, well, as I mentioned, we could install Acronis on the laptop and then boot into Windows, you know, with Acronis, an application we can run in the Windows desktop, and then tell it to clone over to the external drive. But then I don't have that clean install that I wanted. Now I've got Acronis installed and I don't want it installed. So I don't want to do it that way for that reason. I want to keep it clean. But we can take a look in the BIOS to see if there's anything in there to change. I would preferably not want to change any of it, but we can certainly take a look. So I'm going to hold the power button in. We'll cycle us down. And I'm going to go ahead and pull the USB dock out of here. And we'll set the Acronis rescue disk aside. And we'll power this back up and go into the BIOS. If I caught it in time, I don't know. Okay, so I hit F12 instead of F2. Let's see. BIOS setup. Let's see what we got here. Advanced setup is on. Battery level. Oh, well, I'm on battery too. I was going to plug it in. This is an 11th gen i9 11900H with a maximum speed of 5.4 gigahertz. Let's go to storage. Oh, for some reason it's got RAID turned on. I wonder why they did that. I'm going to change this to AHCI. That could be what our problem is. May prevent your system from booting. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. This page allows you to select the onboard drives you would like to enable, SSD1 and SSD2. So it does have two M.2 slots. Let's go ahead and save this. I'm not going to look any further because I think that's all we need to do. Are you sure you want to apply your changes? Yes. And then we'll hit exit. And let's make sure that Windows still boots okay. And then we'll try loading up Acronis. If the RAID driver is, if the RAID is enabled in your BIOS of a desktop or a laptop, Acronis will need the RAID driver universally. I've never seen Acronis recognize a RAID array by default. You always have to get the RAID driver and inject it into your Acronis media. And when you're making your Acronis boot tool, it does ask you if you want to have a driver. And if so, you say yes and point it to the driver, and it creates the boot media for you. So you don't have to be a super techie nerd to, you know, put the file in a certain location and edit an INI file. Acronis does all that for you in the boot media creation tool. But this boot media was created a year ago. So obviously I didn't prep it with drivers. So you'll see we've got a blue screen here, and that's fine. What I want to do, what I forgot to do, is unplug our external drive, and we'll turn this off again. And what I want to do is boot it into safe mode. By simply booting it into safe mode, it should automatically load the AHCI driver and then do a normal reboot, and it should be fixed. So, and it was supposed to turn off, and I guess I just restarted it. So it'll probably blue screen again. So we'll just wait a second here. We'll come around so I can see the screen. You normally know something ain't right if it's taken this long to boot. It kind of foretells there's a problem. So I imagine, yeah, we've got our blue screen again. And it says inaccessible boot device. So this, again, is a pretty common issue with cloning, especially if you're going from SATA to AHCI or from RAID to SATA or HCA. It's very common. And, oops, I'm hitting the wrong button here. What I want to do is I want to exit and go into safe mode. So that's, these fonts on the keys are so tiny I can't see it very well without my glasses on. So I keep resetting the computer before I'm ready. So let's exit this one more time, and I want F8. So this preparing automatic repair happens if you've blue screened 3 times. Sometimes that in and of itself can load that AHCI driver for you. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But since it has defaulted to doing that, which I completely forgot about, it's going to attempt to try and fix itself without us having to do a thing. There's just some ways that Windows 10 is superior to the previous Microsoft Windows operating systems. It is much more self-healing, although not 100%. A lot of times it fixes its own problems. With stuff like this, it's very common. So with the RAID controller being on, there is absolutely no way to prepare in advance for that unless you know exactly what RAID driver you're going to need 6 months from now. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody suggesting that I should have had some sort of future vision to be able to prepare myself for this exact scenario when I didn't even know I was going to get a laptop like this 6 months ago is profoundly missing reality. You cannot be prepared for every circumstance other than to know what to do when these circumstances happen. I think most hobbyists and enthusiasts have this mindset that they oversimplify the world of electronics by thinking there's just one driver you need or one tool, and that you should always have that tool just in case. If I had every tool I might need just in case, there wouldn't be room for me in this room. So the difference is a professional goes into looking at a problem and then coming up with a unique solution to solve that problem. Whereas a hobbyist or enthusiast, traditionally, they ritualize things. They don't understand necessarily why what they're doing is working. They only know that if they do this and they do that, it has this result, but they cannot explain to you why. And in most cases, they don't care why. They just wanted it to work. And if that's what it takes to make it work, then that's the ritual that they learn. So as a professional, your job is to diagnose and repair any situation. Where a hobbyist and enthusiast will do was they get into a situation they don't know, they'll give it a couple of tries, and eventually they give up and walk away from the job. As you can see, Windows has repaired itself, as I explained, just by simply allowing it to blue screen 3 times. Then that next boot, it does the automatic repair. If I would have booted it in safe mode and then simply restarted it, doing nothing else, that would have also repaired this error. So understanding why things work the way that they work, rather than just following a set of robotic instruction, is what enables us to be more powerful as humans than any machine we can ever make. Our ability to exercise judgment and our experience, as well as understanding practicality, is very unique to the human condition, that we have not been able to develop a computer that can do that. Computers can only tell us what we've told them. They're great at giving you answers, but they're not very good at asking any questions. So now that we've got this in AHCI mode, we'll try one more time to boot from Acronis. I think it'll see it this time. I could be wrong. So we'll go ahead and give it a proper shutdown. There we go. And then I'll go ahead and plug our Acronis rescue disk back into the dock. And I will plug the dock back into the USB-C port over on this side. And I'll plug the HDMI cable back into it and play with the function keys, though I'll be surprised if that actually gives us a video feed. But you know, the technology is evolving very, very quickly, so it's quite possible that the driver experience that I'm familiar with has evolved to a point where it's no longer as necessary. However, I'm doubtful, but we'll give it a shot. Doesn't cost anything. One-time boot menu is coming up. We're going to select the UEFI USB right there. Select number 1 for Acronis 64-bit, and then that'll load here in just a moment. And while that's loading, I'll go ahead and plug the external back in right here, and we'll turn that back on. Now we're going to find out if Acronis will see our source drive now or not. If there is some other drive encryption on, it's still not potentially not going to see it. We'll find out here in just a second. So we'll go to Tools. Once again, back to Clone Disk. Leave it on automatic and click Next. And let's see, yeah, as you can see now, it's showing us the hard disk. This is where we get into hobbyists and their fascination with the technology, but they don't quite understand it. There's a number of people in the chat room talking about Bitlocker, which clearly is not an issue for us here. And this is what happens when people, you give them a little bit of information and they think they know it in depth when in fact they've way oversimplified things. So in any event, let's just go ahead and go through the process and just be careful of the information you get from people online. Consider who the source is that's feeding you the information, and you know, choose to believe what you will. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you how I do things here, and please don't allow the comments from the chat room that are challenging me to override what I'm trying to teach you in this lesson. So here is the 476.9 gig, that's a 500 gig drive. That's our NVMe SK Hynix. And then we'll click Next. Now, it's saying that it's unable to continue the operation because some partitions are encrypted with Bitlocker. Now to continue, unlock these partitions or turn off Bitlocker. So you have to understand that there's, once again, we can ignore those partitions in most cases. It depends if it's a restore partition, or we can potentially just simply unlock the partitions. I'm not sure, sorry, I keep dropping my mic. I'm not sure which of the partitions are encrypted. They are typically, is my understanding, is the operating system recovery partitions are typically what's encrypted. However, this message right here, it says unable because they might be locked or encrypted, would not apply if we were going to use this hardware tool. This, again, whether it's encrypted or not, this doesn't care. It's still data and it copies it regardless. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier, which is there are different reasons why people use different methods to clone or to back up. And let's see if I can get this back where it was. Somewhere like right there should be good. So understand that when I show or demonstrate in a video how I'm taking care of a particular problem, it's important for you to understand that I'm not teaching you how to be a robot, that you must follow exactly this and exactly that. In most cases, what I'm trying to get you to understand is why we're making the choices we're making, so that when you find yourself in a similar yet different situation, that you're not just dumbfounded and you don't know how to proceed. I want you to be able to think for yourself. And I want you to be able to understand the reasoning behind why I'm making the decisions I'm making. Because if you can understand the steps and why I'm taking those steps, then you'll understand which steps are appropriate for you to take in a similar but different situation. If you just ritualize and remember every step, then you're only useful if everything aligns perfectly. I don't like to teach robots. I like to teach people how to think for themselves and how to use critical thinking and understand the technology at least to a level where stuff like this is not a big deal. I cannot emphasize to you, as a field service technician, how you're going to work on thousands of different computers, and that likely no two will be exactly the same. And you will encounter these obstacles from time to time. And it's not a big deal. What's important is that you're not going to throw your hands in the air and say, well, this is beyond me, I don't know. This doesn't help to educate you if, for example, I put 2 drives in and I use some proprietary tool and I clone it and I don't go through all of the actual steps that led me to make those choices. Sometimes we make choices based on the information we have, and then as we execute those choices, new information appears. And then to adapt and be flexible and accommodate that is a major, major part of being a working computer technician. And it doesn't matter what you figured out, because the next machine you work on will throw another wrench in that you've never seen before. And then the next one you work on, and then the next one. And then when you start encountering the same situation over and over again, that's where your experience can be very beneficial to getting the job done quickly, but isn't necessarily very helpful educationally if you were, say, training somebody and you were showing them how to specifically clone on this specific Dell laptop. That's all well and good if you're working in an office that has 100 or 1,000 of the same laptop. But then you take that person out of that environment, like say, hey, well, you can clone those laptops at work. Can you clone my laptop at home? And you're like, sure, I can. And then you go in there and it's not the same. You go, I don't know how to do it. Well, then you're not a tech, right? You're just a robot at that point. So don't let any of this discourage you. There's nothing here that I'm seeing that has me at all worried. I don't want to take anybody's word for anything if I'm responsible for the job and if I'm the one doing the teaching. This is how I teach. I go through a process that is more or less the same process like in cloning. I've used this Acronis rescue disk countless times. And there are times where I started with it, but I didn't finish with it, right? Because I ran into an unforeseen obstacle, which didn't stop the job from getting done. But it just meant that I had to change my approach to the job. So we'll look in the BIOS again. And again, this is why I'm doing it this way. I'm going to turn one thing off at a time because I want you at home to see the difference each individual change makes. If I change a bunch of things at once, then it's not only going to not be absorbed by the majority of you, there's going to be some subtlety that most people will miss, and then I get emails going, how come it didn't work for me? So I like to do one thing at a time. I want you to see the difference it makes. If they don't make a difference, then obviously we both know that particular item that I changed didn't make a difference. Other things I can more accurately predict, such as, you know, the AHCI and the RAID controller and things like that. It's very common regardless of the manufacturer. So let's go back in the BIOS and let's take a look at what encryption settings are on, if it's even in the BIOS at all, which I believe it is. So we'll go ahead and power this off. I don't like that when I hold this power button in, the machine should just turn off before I release the power button. But with this Dell, oh, all right, it did it. Okay. But before I must have released the button just as it was powering off. So let's set this aside one more time. And I still want to unplug that. And I want to just go into the BIOS, so back to F2. There we go. And while we're in the BIOS, we'll take a look again over at the storage options. And we'll look to see if any secure boot or anything is in there that might prevent us from doing the clone with Acronis. So we'll take a look here. So secure boot, I don't think it's enabled. Let's see. Oh, it is enabled. Secure boot mode. We'll turn that off. And we'll click yes. Now that's all I want to do at this point, and we're going to apply the changes. Click OK. I guess I could have left this plugged in. Put this back in here. And then we will, again, one change at a time. We'll see if that makes any difference at all. Let me hit exit and F12. There we go. And then once again, we'll select UEFI USB, option 1, and we'll see what Acronis does this time. As a computer technician, you don't get to pick what you work on. It doesn't matter if you think a particular brand is crap or not. What matters is whether or not you're serious about your career. I don't tell a customer, I don't like your laptop, so I'm not going to work on it. You know, I don't have that privilege when I'm employed as a technician working at a company. They're going to expect me to work on whatever they put in front of me. And if I don't, they'll probably replace me with somebody who will. Once again, let me go back up to Tools and Utilities. Let's clone, Automatic. Once again, there's disk 2. We'll hit Next. We'll see if it still tells us. So once again, it's saying unable to continue the operation because some partitions are encrypted with Bitlocker. So if in fact these are encrypted with Bitlocker, then that'll be a first for me to see a brand new laptop out of the box that has Bitlocker encryption turned on. Now I understand this might have changed because of Windows 11. There might be a change because of that. But then that wouldn't be in the BIOS. That would be in the Windows OS itself. So we'll load up the Windows OS and we'll take a quick look in there and see what we can see. Either way, it's not a big deal. It's nothing to get worked up about. There's, you know, some people in the chat room act like they know everything. And what I wouldn't give to get some of those people in here, put them live on camera, and then make them feel belittled every time that their first attempt doesn't work. You shouldn't be disparaging people or saying I told you so or any of this other nonsense. It's a very rude way to treat people. And again, if you're not showing the process, then you're not really doing much to educate anybody. You're just trying to show off how smart you are. I would rather you were a nice person than you were a smart person. So if you want to impress me, you'll do it by showing me how nice you are, not by showing me how clever you are. It's extraordinarily frustrating to deal with people like that. And it's one of the situations that makes me want to charge for my videos. Because I feel like if people don't understand what education is, and they think you're always supposed to have the right answer every single time, they're disassociated from the human race. And it's simply an unrealistic expectation of human beings to think that one person knows everything and does everything right the first time. And furthermore, it diminishes the value of education by simply showing a process that is not universal but is unique to this specific laptop and would probably apply to other machines, but not necessarily all machines. So if you don't expressly explain this to your students, how else are they going to know that there's other ways or that there's other options? So in any event, it's just a little frustrating sometimes dealing with an audience who's watching content for free who are being disrespectful or not very considerate of what the attempt is here. And the attempted here is an education, and they seem to be missing that. Certain people don't seem to understand how education works. So that gets really, really frustrating. When I taught at the college, this is exactly the same way I taught as what I'm showing you here. The only difference is that every student in my classroom paid good money to be there. And so they were respectful. If they didn't like the class, they could drop it. Hey, there's Bob Connors. He contributes $10. He says, sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? You haven't missed much. We're just talking about, again, the difference between business and hobbyists, the difference between, how you educate people versus how you turn people into robots and, get them to behave like little soldiers. I'm not into that whole soldier thing. I would like people to think independently and be able to use critical thinking to solve unique problems, not just the exact same problems. So with that, let me get into, let me step around and look at Windows here real quick, and let's look at the BitLocker settings. I'm just going to come over here and just type BitLocker down here. Manage BitLocker, that's what we want. And BitLocker is off. It says BitLocker is waiting for activation. So something else is locking us out here. Let's take a look here. BitLocker is waiting for activation. So if we have the option to turn BitLocker on here. So as I suspected, it's not the operating system that's secured down. It's probably the rescue partitions. And the reason that would be done is they don't want a virus or malware to infect your ability to rescue and put the drive back, because then you're going to be calling technical support, or they're going to have to do an RMA over some piece of software. And it's been pretty traditional to lock partitions that have the recovery files for that very reason. It's been a long time, quite honestly. It's nothing new. And Acronis isn't able to tell us if it's a BitLocker issue or a locked partition. I suspect it's a locked partition. However, I'm not going to be overconfident in this because, again, it's a brand new laptop, 11th gen, and they may have made some changes due to Windows 11 with the way that they're securing the data on the drive. So I'm going to look one more time in the BIOS just to see if there's anything else. I don't think there is, but I won't know until I look. So let me step back around and we'll go back into the BIOS. Out of curiosity, before I do that, let me just see if the screen is now, because it should have the driver loaded for the dock. Let's see if I have a desktop. Yeah, I do. See, because the driver loaded, so that's fine. Okay. So let's go back over here, and we'll shut her down. Ramon suggests opening the disk management in the control panel to see if the 6 partitions are there and which one has BitLocker, if any. That's a great idea, Ramon. Terrell Cochran wants to know if TPM could be an issue. I haven't had a lot of experience with TPM. I don't think so. Oops, I don't want that button. I want this one over here. Mike Smith would probably be better able to answer that than me. However, I want to take another look in the BIOS here. We'll look to see if TPM is enabled. It could be. I mean, Windows 10 does support it. Norlit Perez contributes $10. He says, from Miami to Cuban American IT, always watching the videos. Yes, it is the partition. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's find out what it is. Let's go back to storage options here. Let me scroll down. Why is it not letting me scroll down? Interesting. Advanced setup, integrated devices, microphone, speaker, Thunderbolt. Why is my mouse not dragging? Oh, there it goes. Thunderbolt I guess if that's you want to boot off Thunderbolt. Pre-boot Thunderbolt. Disable USB 4 PCIe tunneling. I don't know what that is. Video or power only on Type-C ports. Nope, that's a security issue. And Type-C dock override, Type-C dock audio, Type-C dock LAN, connection. Performance, pre-boot behavior, fast boot. I'm not seeing the TPM option. It's got to be in here somewhere. Logo display. I go back to storage one more time and see if it'll let me move it this time. Smart reporting. Enable media card. That's all good. Is there anything under security? Let's check under security. Select whether or not trusted platform module is visible to the OS. I'm going to turn this off. And there's something called SMM security mitigation. This option enables or disables additional UEFI SMM security mitigation protections. The operating system can use this feature to help protect the secure environment created by virtualization-based security. I'm going to turn that off. Data wipe on next boot. If enabled, the BIOS will queue up a data wipe cycle for storage devices connected to the motherboard on next reboot. Whew, you better be careful with that one. Holy cow. The secure wipe operation will delete information in a way that it cannot be reconstructed. Kind of a nice feature. Absolute. This field lets you enable, disable, or permanently disable the BIOS module interface of the optional Absolute Persistence module from Absolute Software. Absolute, formerly Absolute CompuTrace, is a service designed to help track devices and provide recovery in the event a device is lost or stolen. Interesting. Note, enable or disable options will be available while CompuTrace is in the activated state. I'm going to permanently disable that because that could be causing us a problem here. Then we'll hit Apply Changes, and then we'll hit OK, and then we will exit and F12, and we'll boot one more time to Acronis, and just to see if we see the source drive, or if it still remains locked. So, after that, if it's still locked, we boot into Windows, and then we'll go into disk management, as Ramon suggested, and we'll look and see what it shows as the status of the partitions. Doman 2000 says, manage BitLocker settings, then enable BitLocker, and then directly disable BitLocker. And this will remove the BitLocker lock from the drive. Oh, we might try that. It's a good tip, but let's see what happens now. Let me step back around. I keep putting my glasses over here. Like, oh yeah, I'm done with these now. No, you're not. All right, back over to Tools, back over to Clone, back over to Automatic, and back over to Disk 2, and next. So still says unable to continue the operation because some partitions are encrypted with BitLocker. So let's click OK, and we'll shut her down. Again, I just hold the power button down until the unit turns off. That works universally on all desktops and laptops. Usually it takes about 10 seconds or less. So there we are. And let's fire it up one more time. And I guess we could do F2 and go into the BIOS just to try that little BitLocker tip. I'd be kind of curious if that makes a difference before we look at software. So let me go back to, what was that under? Storage. And then down at the bottom here. The good news is what we know that in RAID mode, we did not see the hard drive at all, the solid state drive. Once we put it to AHCI, then we get a blue screen, and we know how to correct that now, right? That's universal. Now, these other things I've disabled since really haven't made any difference. I don't know why smart reporting is off. I think that should be turned on. And then let's go down to, where was Bitlocker at? It's not even being offered here. Is it under security? So the TPM, whether that was on or off, made no difference. This absolute, turning that on or off made no difference. And, well, it still says enable absolute even though I said to disable it. I wonder if TPM has to be turned on in order to get the Bitlocker features available in the BIOS again. Like the SMM security mitigation, that didn't make any difference. Back over to storage. We leave that in AHCI for sure. And disabling secure boot didn't make any difference either. So my my Bitlocker settings used to be under, I thought it was under storage, wasn't it? Let's go to security. Let's turn TPM security back on. And apply these changes and go back to storage. Might have to reboot. Back to F2 one more time. Interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and boot it back into Windows, and we'll take a look at the disk management and see how these partitions are set up and see what that can tell us. In the meantime, if you guys have any other questions or comments now, I can look at the chat room and face you. I haven't seen what anybody's been typing here for the last few minutes while my back's been to the camera. Blackwatch contributes $2 Canadian. Thank you for that. And let's see. Bob Connor says, I ordered a Samsung 980 Pro NVMe and a 970 NVMe direct from Samsung using a military/veteran discount. Even with sales tax and free shipping, it was less than the current Amazon price. And so it should be, right? If you're a veteran, you're getting a military discount. What benefit would that be, really? Thank you for your service. Now you can pay the same as everybody else. That would suck. And I'm sure there are companies that do that too. So I'm delighted to hear that Samsung actually does give you a discount non-veterans don't get. All right, let's go to Bitlocker. Manage Bitlocker. Disk management. Go to disk management here. We do have a partition here that says unavailable. Well, that's probably shouldn't be causing us any issue. Oh, wait a minute. Here we got something here. Let me see if I can share the screen with you. So this is a first for me, where I have encountered a brand new machine that has Bitlocker encrypted turned on. Very curious about how that happened, how that's being set up when I'm the one who completed the Windows install. And it didn't mention anything about Bitlocker because you really want a backup of your Bitlocker key. And it didn't offer that to me because I didn't knowingly turn Bitlocker on. And if it was on by default, they did not make it clear to me during the completion of the setup of Windows. But it does show that the C drive is Bitlocker encrypted. That's fascinating. And there's certain things I've got to see with my own eyes before I believe it. So that's why it's important for me to go through my process in my way, and also to explain the reasoning so that it helps educate people to understand why certain things are done for certain reasons, or why I go through certain steps. In circumstances where I would encounter this normally, then I would change my steps to check that. But since this is the first time I've encountered it, the steps I've taken for years and years and years are still the default steps that lead me here, rather than working it backwards. But how you choose to work on it is, your choice. And if I see other modern 11th gen or later Dells, I'll know to watch for that. But my 9th gen certainly didn't have that. So anyway, let's take a quick look. Oh, actually, I think it's an 8th gen I've got, not a 9th. But let's take a look at the screen. Let me turn that back on. I should be able to just disable this one. There it is. And so here we can see that it shows that it's the C drive is Bitlocker encrypted. It shows on that partition. Jamie McGregor with £5 said the SSD is encrypted, waiting on Bitlocker to be activated. The drive needs to be fully decrypted. Activate Bitlocker and then turn off should work. Yeah, that's the second or third time we've seen that. So let's go and try that. Let's come around. You can't see me, it doesn't matter. Let me get in front of the laptop here so I can see what you guys are seeing. And here's what I'm looking at right here. And let's see. So it's the C drive. Nothing else is Bitlocker encrypted. So I guess we'll turn on Bitlocker and we'll follow the advice here in the chat room. Now there's the backup recovery key. That's what I'm talking about. Let's save it to a file and we'll put it in documents. We'll just save that. Let's save it to the Acronis drive. How about that? Save it there. It makes sense you can't save the encrypted key on the encrypted drive because you wouldn't be able to read it unless you had the key which you stored on the drive. That's perfectly logical. All right, next. And then we'll activate it. And now we'll deactivate it. So we'll turn off Bitlocker. And we will shut the computer down. We'll restart the computer and I'll hit F12. If it's going to restart. Here we go. And of course you guys can't see anything. Boy, it's not going to feed a signal out there, is it? All right, so let Acronis load up here, and the video output, you know, it appears to need a Windows driver because it's just not giving me any video output now. So we're back in Acronis, and let me plug my target drive back in and hit the power button there. And then let me step back around and let's see if it'll let us clone it now. So tools, clone, automatic, next, disk 2, next. Now it's happy, but it's not seeing our target drive. So let me make sure I've got it plugged all the way in and turned on. It's not even powering on for some reason. Let me move it to a different USB port. You see I've got a red light on, and I think that light's supposed to be blue when I give it power. I think. Let me come back around. Back to source. Actually, let's cancel. Tools, clone, automatic, disk 2, next. Still not seeing the target drive. So, come back over here. Now it's blue. I'm just too impatient. I think it needed to load the driver. So let me go back. So we want disk 3 as our source. Now it shows disk 1 not initialized. Let's see if I can zoom this in for you guys so you can see these steps clearly. So let me get this zoomed in here. Okay. And we're going to cancel the operation. We haven't started it yet because I want to walk you through it completely. So I go to Tools and Utilities, and I select Clone Disk. Oops, not add a new disk. I really should be looking at the laptop screen and not at the OBS screen. So Tools and Utilities, Clone Disk, leave it on automatic, hit Next. We'll select our source drive, which is right here, the SK Hynix 512 gig. Hit Next. Now disk 1 is our 4 terabyte enclosure. Hit Next. And it says right now your 4 terabyte is empty. And when you're done, it's going to look like this. That's all well and good. We'll hit Proceed. And this should be a relatively quick process because there's just the Windows OS on there. And when we're done, we can swap the internal drive with the one we just cloned. And then we make sure that that boots. And assuming it boots okay, then we can go back in the BIOS and turn those other features back on if we want to. The secure boot, for sure, we can turn that on. Whether or not you want to turn on TPM or that anything else related to security is up to you. And look at the chat room here. Let's see what I've been missing again. Keith says the RAID mode activates the Intel Rapid Storage Controller. There's a lot of incompatibilities, like the Samsung Magician won't work with the Intel RST. There have been some other issues that aren't at the top of my mind right now that have instituted a policy for me to disable the Intel RST unless we're using RAID specifically. I've run testing on benchmarking with Crystal Diskmark with RST on and off, and it didn't make any significant difference. But with RAID, you'd have to have it. You'd have to have Intel RST for RAID. But it doesn't seem to offer anything, any benefit, unless you're using Intel Optane. I don't see any reason to run Intel RST and then deal with the incompatibilities with some software as a result. Edius is asking about thermal compounds. Thermal compounds, there's maybe a 3 degrees Celsius difference from the worst to the best. And if 3 degrees Celsius makes a difference in your world, I think you're running the system too hot. Your problem isn't likely going to be solved by thermal compound. There's something else going on. Maybe you're putting too much voltage to the chip, or you're just pushing the chip too far. Elko says, so many hoops to jump. Well, it can be. And again, as a field service technician, it frustrates me when I see so many people online oversimplify and make blanket statements that aren't applicable because they don't have all the information and they weren't considerate enough to ask for clarity. And I see this online so often, I don't even, when I start to see people talk like that, I immediately tune them out. I realize that these are people that have extraordinarily limited experience, and while I do believe their intentions are in the right place, listening to them can set you down a completely wrong path. So I would encourage you to do your own research and not listen to any one specific individual unless you know them personally or you have experience with that person that they've proven to give you accurate information in the past. But when you're talking to complete strangers online, I would encourage you to remain skeptical and to verify anything you believe to be true, including me. I'm not an exception. When clients pay me and I'm held accountable, the clients don't need to do anything, right? The clients say, how much are you going to charge me to fix this? And if it's fixed, they'll know. If it's not fixed, they'll know. And they'll expect me to come out as many times as necessary and possibly even give them a refund if it's really inconvenient until the problem is resolved. And people online don't have that liability. They don't have that any consequences of their actions. So even though I do believe they're well-intended, it can be very dizzying. It would be like, the best way I can explain it is you're trying to count a pile of money. And some stranger walks up and starts shouting random numbers at you because they think it's helping. And then you have to start all over again because they've ruined your focus and concentration and you've lost track of where you are. Some people do it with intention because they think it's funny, but I think most people don't realize the distraction they cause people is more harming than helpful unless they're actually going to put hands on and do it themselves. In which case, that's a different story entirely. Unless they cause damage to the thing that you allowed them to touch because you believed that they knew how to fix it. And then you cannot legally hold them responsible because they weren't hired to do the job. They weren't hired. They were just helping. So when you're paying a professional, there is a liability there. And it's better to be slow and cautious with customers' hardware and data than to try and rush through it as quickly as possible. You're trying to figure a balance between how much money can I make today, how many clients can I help today, versus, how much money can I squeeze out of this one client. I don't work that way. I don't try and milk a job. And what I'm teaching, I like real world examples. I don't like simulation. I don't like anything virtual or pretend. I want to show you what real life is like as a tech. And it requires you to think on the fly and come up with unique solutions to unique problems. And many of the problems you will experience as a tech, especially a field service tech, are going to be unique. You'll never see them again. You'll see them once in your career, and you'll experience it thousands of times. Just some weird, bizarre registry setting got tweaked that nobody can say how it happened, or the customer's not being fully honest, or some piece of software that the client has that you don't have any other clients that have this piece of software results in a specific problem with a specific driver, or other clients have the same software but they have different hardware that they never have the problem. So you deal with a lot of unique problems that are going to have a unique fix that you will never ever utilize ever again in your career. But what it does give you is it builds your experience, so you understand the process of elimination and you go through each step methodically, and through that process you continue to learn. If every time you just touched something and it fixed it, you probably wouldn't want to do the job because it would be profoundly boring for you. So, you know, running into the obstacles and having those learning experiences shouldn't leave you feeling stupid. What should leave you feeling stupid is being overconfident and spouting as though you have all the answers, and then being made to look like a fool because, and you did it to yourself, because things aren't working as you said they are. So I always condition my lessons by saying, this is a standard practice of like in this process here of cloning, I go through my standard practice. If Bitlocker starts being enabled by default, especially with Windows 11, then my practice is going to change as a result of that. But it's really about what's the majority of computers that I'm working on, and the majority of them are older. So I'm not worried about some new configuration or some new operating system until it becomes a regular normal process of business. Then the procedures will change accordingly, but not just for one laptop. But through the experience, I know to watch for it so that the next time I encounter it, I have a, like this whole turning Bitlocker on and off again. I've never done that in my entire life. Today is the very first time when I've done it live on camera. I don't need to do it more than once for that lesson to stay with me, and it's something I'll keep in mind on newer hardware if I'm in a situation of cloning and I get that message. So, there's no harm and there's no shame in it. We all have our way of learning, and mine is based on my past experience, not on anybody else's and not on a Reddit forum. So we have an error that's appeared that says it's failed to write to the disk, and that usually occurs if the USB got disconnected while I'm talking. I'm tapping on the table, and if the connection is loose, it could have disconnected the drive. Let me just take a look here real quick, because I can't read that. I have to step around. Failed to write data. Direct read-write operation. Input-output error. Retry. Okay, well, it says it worked. So let's go ahead and power that off. In fact, I will just hold the power button in here. I'm waiting for the power light to go off. There it goes. And now let me put the camera back. We'll rewind this back a little bit here. Oh, did it start booting again? That little rascal. Okay. All right. Turn off the computer. We'll close the lid. We'll unplug the dock. And we'll unplug the USB drive enclosure here. I really do like that drive enclosure. And we should be able to take the back off of the laptop now. There are no stickers that say warranty void if removed or anything like that. They used to have a little door under here that you could open that showed you your serial number and everything. So what happened back in the day is they used to just put a sticker on the back of the laptop. And as customers would use their laptops and they'd rest them on their laps or the bottoms would be touching things, it rubbed the sticker so you couldn't read it anymore. So then they started putting the sticker behind a little door, and you'd open this little door and it would reveal your serial number and service tag and stuff like that. My other Dell XPS has one. This one looks like they're not doing that anymore. This label is removable. So this is an example of the whole mattress tag. This is a more accurate example of that. The FCC requires the manufacturer to put this label on the laptop. This label right there. And it's removable, and only the customer can remove that. I don't know why you'd want to. It's not in the way. It doesn't look ugly or anything. But there's nothing that, if we open this laptop up, there's no tape or any seal that we're breaking, regardless. So what I want to do, wow, those are super tiny. Oh, those are Torx. That's why they're Torx. Okay. I'll use my Natch bit set here. And what size Torx is it? It's a tiny one. Is it this one? I do believe it is. What is this? A T5, a Torx T5. Interesting. Was this a magnetizer? I didn't even realize that was in the box. Ha! I see. I see. Okay, cool. Okay. Wow, those screws are in tight. We've got 4 screws across the bottom, 1 on each side, and 1 on each side up above. I think those are the only ones that have to be removed. I have not watched any teardowns of this laptop, but I think all these XPSs are the same. So if you watched my upgrade on my other XPS, this should be identical to that. Unless I'm wrong, we're about to find out. Gosh, those are like little M2 screws. They're very tiny. You don't want to drop those. It'd be hard to find them. It just feels very delicate. Feels like you can strip the heads on these real easy, and they're in there very, very tight. I think they've got some kind of Loctite on them, and because it's brand new, I guess it's, well, no, that one came out much easier. Okay. So that's the 8 screws removed. And I think think that's all we have to do. Might need a spudger. Get this out of my way. All right. Jason says, boy, that'd be nice if those screws were captive into the bottom shell. I agree, that would be nice. Where's my spudgers? This one should do it. Now we're cooking with gas. I'm looking at a YouTube video to see somebody taking this back off, and they're trying to use their fingers, and it ain't working too well. So they did get a spudger out. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the right path. So, you know, thankfully there's YouTube. It's pretty sad that when I Google it, that the first video that pops up is the one that's live right now that I'm doing. That's kind of funny. Let's take a look here. Somewhere, we should be able to find a way to get underneath this. This one's not quite as obvious where the seam is. I think that's it right there. I might need a finer spudging tool, something smaller. Oh, maybe not. Feels like something's holding it in right here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. It shouldn't be that difficult to remove. You don't want to force anything, especially when it's a $2,000 laptop. And of course, by the time we're done upgrading it, it'll add another $1,000 to its value. But let me just take a quick look once again over in this other video. I want to make sure that there wasn't any other screws that might be holding this in. It looks like where he released it is out by the hinges. So that might be where I need to focus the spudger. Let's take a look. You know, this metal spudger, I like it because of how thin it is, but I can see it's, because the plastic's so tight, it's kind of gouging a little bit, little tiny bit, and it's bugging me. So let me grab a plastic spudger. This one should do the job. I've never opened this before. It's got a bag in a bag. I love it when they do that. Gave us a ruler. So there's some of the parts, and then here's the, oh, there's another bag in the bag. That's great. Oh, it's got a little X-Acto knife in there. We've got a grounding strap and some tweezers. Ooh, this looks pretty nice. What else do I have in here? Well, maybe I'll start here. See what this does. Wow, I just bent the crap out of that. So if I use the plastic one, it bends the plastic. If I use the metal one, I can leave these little teeny tiny indents, which nobody would ever see, but it's bothering me, so try and find another way here. This one's definitely not opening as easily as my other Dell XPS. Now, it is really in there tight. Yeah, it's very, very different. It's got these locking tabs that they're extraordinarily tight. And I don't, again, I want to emphasize, I don't want to gouge this laptop up. So I'd rather gouge up the spudger. But the middle spudger was a lot easier to deal with than this one. A delicate and steady hand is absolutely required. And if you ever get to a point of feeling frustrated, it's important you stop and take a minute, because any sort of gouging you end up doing through being impatient and using too much force is going to be a reminder to you forever if it's your laptop and you have to look at it. So I'm just going to take a break here for a minute. I find this extraordinarily difficult to remove compared to my previous experience with my other XPS. So I'm just going to take a minute and I'm going to get a drink and think about my approach here. What am I missing in the chat here? Michael Dane says, start by the lid and hinge and work your way around. Well, I was trying that, but I can't seem to get the spudger in there by the hinge for whatever reason. Like, it is a very, very tight fit. And even this really fine spudger isn't narrow enough. The metal one is, but then when I twist it, it can gouge into the plastic on the side. Patrick wants to know if there's a screw underneath the sticker. No, I think I've removed all the screws. I don't believe there's any others. William Lynn provides the Dell opening instructions. Oh, that's a good link. Thank you for that. Let's see what we have. Oh, no, it says directory not found. The resource you're looking for might have been removed or is temporarily unavailable. So that link does not work, William, but thank you for the thought. They're showing a spudging tool that looks very similar to the one I've got here. Showing one like this. It shows going across this way first. Just can't get the spudger in. I mean, it's that tight of a fit where the back is just pressed right in. There is almost no seam. It's a nice fit and finish, but it certainly makes it a little nerve-wracking to open it without scratching it. Wow. Wow. That is extraordinarily precise. That would be the best way I could put it. It's very precise. So this side of it is lifted off, but this whole other side has not lifted. And I can't get the spudger into the seam. It just won't go. And if the spudger were any thinner, it would just bend. It would be like a piece of foil. So I'm going to just take a break here for a minute. Let's look back in the chat room and see what you guys are talking about. So the image you guys are sharing, several of you have shared, indicates with the arrows, but doesn't even show the rear hinges at all being addressed. Interesting. Just watching this other video where this gentleman took it apart and he cut his finger trying to get it off, trying to get the back panel off. Well, I definitely have this whole side and bottom half unhooked from the clips. Wow. Holy cow. We're making some progress now. Just need to kind of hold that open. There it goes. There it goes. So there is a little piece of tape or something here that kind of got pulled up, but I think it was installed that way. But we're good. We're all good. No problem, no damage. Everything looks good. And here we can see RAM module number 1. Hold on a second. I always have the wrong video feed up. I really do need to get a second monitor here. So, where was I? Okay, so RAM, this is a RAM module, this is a RAM module, this is an M.2 slot, and then this is an M2 here. This looks like our Wi-Fi. Is that our Wi-Fi? I do believe it is. What are these? It must be speakers. Funky. These are Wi-Fi antennas here. Let me see if I can get you a better camera angle so you can see what I'm seeing. Since we got into the good stuff. Bring this around here. Let's see if this will work. Let's try that. And if I come over here and select this camera, I can't see anything. That should be camera 3. Okay. Now you should be able to see better. Okay. Cooling fan, RAM, M2 slot, M2. I think this is the Wi-Fi adapter here. Interesting little heat shield they put over that. There's our SK Hynix 512 gig. This is a Gen 4 though, isn't it? No, this is a Gen 3. That's what Dell's using right there. So we'll set this one aside. And where's my enclosure? I set the enclosure over here. So there's the enclosure. It's all toolless. I just bend the little tab back. And then I can pop the drive out like so. Looks like they've got the battery screwed in here, but at least it is replaceable. Looks like there's a screw here, 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 and here. So 8 screws to take this battery out. Now, before I put everything back together, oh, look at that. There's a connector right there for something. What does that go to? Maybe that's a headphone jack or something. For some reason, they put it in the panel rather than on the main board, and then it connects by making a connection with those pins that stick out there. This is severely misshapen. It almost looks like it's been damaged, but I guess it's just, you know, it looks copper, but I guess it's just like a piece of cardboard with a thin piece of copper over it. It's all misshapen. I guess that's just the way they make them. Now, before I put this all back together, I want to make sure it works first. So I think what I'll do is I'll leave the cover off of it. You got to be real careful if you're going to do this because we don't want to ground out against anything. I prefer to put the cover at least lightly on it so that we don't have any issues of anything touching this board. I don't necessarily have to secure it. I just need it to just rest on there. And then let's just see if this will boot. Let's make sure that our clone worked. Even if our clone didn't, we can clone it the opposite way. We can put the original drive in the enclosure. Let's see what happens. I wish I could see the screen as well as you guys are seeing it. I gotta step around. Automatic repair, that's fine. We'll shut it down. And then let's turn it back on. Still falling into automatic repair. That's interesting. Still, I expected it to do that once. I didn't expect it to do it 3 times. Advanced. Troubleshoot. Advanced. We'll do startup repair. which is what it was probably doing by default. So it may be that our image didn't succeed. You know, we had that read-write error. Well, I guess it was a write error. Let's shut it down one more time. Give it one more chance to recover. Still falling into automatic repair mode. So I can just re-clone it once more with putting the original drive in the external enclosure and cloning it the other way, just to see if that's what's happening here. Let me switch back to the main camera. The other thing I'm considering, I was going to change the RAM out later, but that rear case is so hard to remove. I'm sort of feeling like I should alter my plans and go ahead and change the RAM out while I've got it open. But let me get this camera out of the way. You know, ideally, you order the laptop the way that you want it configured, but the pricing that Dell had for going to a 2 terabyte NVMe was outrageous. And going to a 4, I don't even think that was an option, if I recall correctly. So they really increased the profit margin with the more money that you're going to spend on the laptop. So if you're spending $400 on a laptop, you know, they're cutting every corner. The profit margin's razor thin. You spend $1,000, it's still a pretty thin profit margin. You spend $2,000, they're starting to get into a better, healthier profit margin, to the point anything above that, the amount of profit that they make grows exponentially with how much, with the level of laptop performance you're buying. You know, if you've got more memory and more storage, they are really padding the profit, where they might make a 5% profit or a 10% profit on 16 gigs of RAM. They're making about a 30 or 40% profit when you go to 32 or 64. The bigger the number, the more padding it's put on there for profit. I guess they figure if you've got that kind of cash, then you're not going to miss a few extra $100 that they can put in their pocket. So what I think I'm going to do, since I have the new drive installed, I'm going to go ahead and power this off. So I'm going to hold the power button down. Takes about 10 seconds. There it goes. And with the back off, you know, I could easily put the other drive in and clone it internally, but that's not really where the problem is. It's not a matter of speed. You see, it didn't take very long to clone it through the USB ports, given that everything is high-speed USB on this platform. So I'm going to just keep everything the way it is, and we're going to run it the other direction. And I've got the original drive now in the toolless enclosure from SilverStone, and I will plug the USB dock back into it. Turn this back around so you can see. I'll put that right over there. There we go. I can't plug it in because the bottom panel has a cutout for the USB, and it's not aligned unless I click it back in, and I really don't want to click it back in. So I might just have to put it back in the other M.2 slot for my own sanity. There gets to be a point where I feel like I have explained the lesson well enough that for me to insist on following those steps is just making my life more difficult. I think I've made my point. So what I want to try and do is just get this part over with as quickly as possible, since if I click that back in, then the holes will align and I can hook up the USB. But what I think I'll do for the sake of expediting this, oh look, there's no M.2 screw for the other M.2 drive. Why did they do that? Interesting. Why did they do that? There's a couple of locking tabs underneath this. I'm wondering where they go. Interesting. That's very interesting. Oh well, that's okay. What I'll do is, let me just pop this in there. Should have a spare M.2 screw in here. I'm just surprised that they didn't leave it in there. Do. There we go. If you're a working computer technician and this laptop belongs to an organization or an individual and you damage it, it will be at your expense to replace whatever you damage. So once again, I want to emphasize that there's a different level of care that needs to be taken if you want to succeed and have a sustainable career, or you can put yourself out of business by rushing through jobs or getting in over your head with something you don't know what you're doing and then stubbornly, pushing forward, forcing something. And on a laptop like this that's very expensive and a lot of really super tiny parts here, things can get expensive real quick. And if you thought the price of education was expensive going to college, you should try learning the old-fashioned way at your expense. I'm still running into the same problem. I need to boot from Acronis, and the holes aren't lining up. Maybe I can use the other side. Yes, I can. That's better. Step around here. I cannot see. All right, we're going to try those one more time, and we'll clone it internally, and hopefully we don't get that write error. The write error could also be indicative of a drive that's just not healthy, but I haven't really seen that ever. So that would be a first if we've got a bad drive. I'm going to assume it's not a bad drive. We're going to go through the same process, being careful to select the 500 gig source drive, and then the 4 terabyte new drive. And next, click OK, and proceed. And this should happen relatively quickly now, since everything's happening internally. It says 8 minutes. I don't think it'll take all of 8 minutes, but we'll just let it do what it needs to do. And in the meantime, I'll go back over to the chat room, see what's happening in here. What is my opinion on Dell laptops? Well, this is my 5th Dell laptop. I think that speaks for itself. There's not another laptop maker that how can I phrase this? For my needs and my budget, I find that Dell meets my needs and my budget. And I prefer to work on Dell laptops more than any other manufacturer. They're also very common. They're one of the most common laptops. If you're a service technician, you're going to see a lot of them. Not to say that Razer and Asus and Lenovo don't make good laptops, but I just don't see them very often. So the money is, if you're working for a living, you want to go where the work is, unless you want to spend half of your time trying to find work. You better learn how to work on Dells and HPs. Those will be the 2 most common you're going to see in your career as a field service tech. Now, if you're working at a company, then you're going to see whatever the company buys. And when the company switches models or manufacturers, you'll be forced to learn it. But yeah, my choice is Dell. I was free to choose any manufacturer, any laptop to meet my needs. And this is now the 5th time I've selected Dell. I always analyze what my options are. And I can't find a better deal for what I'm getting for the money than the Dell. Michael wants to know if the laptop is a 2-in-1. No, I don't like touchscreens, so absolutely not. I refuse to own one. It says it's got 3 minutes to go. Abdul says the Lenovo X1 Carbon are good but expensive. Yeah, so are the Razer laptops. They can be quite pricey as well. Michael says, I used to have an HP that you have said were the models that were horrendous to take apart. I understand your reasoning on Dell. I've seen some very difficult laptops from Dell, but primarily most of them are usually quite easy to work on. And I find the reverse true from HP. I've seen a couple of HP laptops that were very easy to work on, but the majority of them, in my experience, have been much more difficult. Okay, now it says it completed. We didn't get any errors that time. And now what I want to do, when I turn this off, I want to go ahead and take the 512 gig SSD out, the original one, because I want to make sure that we're booting to the 4 terabyte drive and not the half terabyte drive. So once again, I just hold the power button down until power shuts off. There we go. And let me step back around here and we'll get this cable unplugged because it's like being on a leash. It really makes working on this difficult. Let me close this gently because I don't want to put any pressure on the bottom or it'll click back in. I really don't want it to do that. In fact, when I'm done with this tonight, I hope I don't have to open this up ever again. Okay. Set that back on gently. I just like how it powers up when you open the screen. I think that's pretty cool. And I'll put my little M.2 screw away before I lose it. Thank you. Bloop. What happened? Did it turn off? Did I drain my battery? What did I just do? Let's get some power. Yeah, I think I drained the battery on it. Let's see if it boots this time. I've got the power light on. Or is that the charging light? No, I'm not sure anymore. Let's try it again. Doesn't seem to be a battery issue. Something is preventing us from booting up, and I wonder if it's because I don't have the bottom straight. There could be something it's touching. Let's just take a quick look at that. Oh, it's running right now. The fans are spinning, if you can see that. I'm going to hold the power button in, and I want to see those fans stop so I can do a complete reboot on it. Okay, so now it is shut off. And did the fans stop? Yeah, fans are stopped. Turn it back on. Okay, there go the fans. I've got the Dell logo. It's going to be hard for you guys to see that. I just want to see if Windows comes up on the screen here. Oh, ye of little faith. It's going to be fine. It'll be fine. It appears that it's getting right up to the point where it wants to display the desktop. And while it's still running, I don't know if it's trying to adjust a driver or if these little clips on the bottom of the cover are pushing something that indicates that the lid is off, or that the cover is off of it. Clearly, it's not supposed to be turned on like this. However, nothing we've done here has damaged the laptop, and it's important, and I can't stress this enough. When you're working on computers, and especially when you're working on a machine you haven't worked on before, it's important you take your time and pay attention, and don't let little things spell out entire disaster, because unless you did something like knock it off onto the floor or something extraordinarily irresponsible, typically if you see some bizarre symptom that didn't happen before, it could be something as simple, like I said, that it detects the lid is off, or it could be that something isn't seated properly. And in either case, it's really just a matter of taking a deep breath and relaxing. You really have to have a certain confidence in your abilities if you want to do this kind of work. If you're going to give up that easily, it's probably best that you keep it a hobby. So I'm not concerned at all. This is just something very, very minor that I'm missing. Again, if I had spilled something on it, or if I was turning a screwdriver and it slid and scratched the circuit board, then I would be worried that I damaged it. But at this point, I'm not concerned. There's something very simple we're missing here. So let me turn it back off. It's all part of the learning experience. So I just hold that power button in for about 10 seconds, and I should see these fans stop spinning. There it goes. So let me take a look with my glasses, and we'll see what we got going on here. It's a riveting show, isn't it? The excitement of being a computer tech. You know, while I've got this open, you know what I want to do? I want to take one of these RAM modules out and take a picture of it with my phone, because I want the specs. I can't believe how tight everything is. Okay, so it's Samsung RAM. So apparently I've got 2 sticks of 8 PC4 3200. Let me bring it up to the camera and I'll show you. This is really for my own records. There it is. So we've got 2 sticks that are identical there. And I want to make sure when I'm putting a RAM into this that I'm getting the same speed. Well, that looks good. I'm just really curious what these clips are for. very strange. I can't really see where they go. It looks like it's going right below the RAM. There's nothing for it to click in right there. So what are those for? Probably helps if I put it in the right direction. That makes more sense. Okay, now those clips look like they're going on either side of the M.2 in these little grooves here. And I don't see any button that it's pushing. Huh. I don't think my hair needs to be in there. So we try a couple of different things. The first thing is I want to verify, that when we change the solid state drive out and it starts to load, it's when it's getting to the desktop that the screen is going black. The backlight is still on. So it's like it's having trouble initializing the desktop. Now, I might have to go into the BIOS, but it should automatically set this to where I need it. I can always put the original drive back in just to verify we still boot to the desktop okay and that we're having particularly either a hardware issue with compatibility or a cloning issue. But the clone said it was successful. So let me just gently put that back. Let me just verify one more time that the desktop isn't loading, and I can swap the M.2 out just to verify that it's a software related or hardware compatibility issue. So we'll bring this back up, and you'll see we get the regular screen, we get the loading dial, whatever you call that thing. There it goes. And then just as it's about to load the Windows desktop, this whole screen goes blank. See right there? Now ordinarily this is when the Windows desktop appears, and you can kind of see the haze of the backlight on. And sometimes, you might have to be patient while it's loading something. We can't really tell, but there shouldn't really be any driver that big or that should take that long to initiate. So what I'm going to do, just to verify a theory here, just to show you guys there's nothing to panic about, is we're going to force it off again, hold the button down for up to 10 seconds. You might even see the backlight. Maybe that's not the backlight I'm saying. Maybe it's just a reflection. Turn this over and see if the fans are still turning. It's so quiet, I really can't tell. Yeah, the fans are stopped. So what I want to do, just for the sake of experimentation, is we're going to put the original drive back into it. And I suspect it's going to boot to Windows just fine, and that I'm just missing something very basic and simple. I really like the thermal tape on that one. Okay, there's our 4 terabyte. Here's our 512. I'll leave the, you know what? I'll put the heatsink back on, that's fine. I'm anxious. This is taking far longer than I anticipated. But again, when you do field service work and you quote a job out, you always have to make a contingency with the customer to let them know that, you may run into unusual complications or obstacles that may change what you're going to have to charge them. So if everything goes well, this is what it should cost, and if we run into, we get in there, it's the same thing a surgeon will tell you. When we open you up, you're going to sign this piece of paper that's going to allow us to fix, if we cut you open and we're in there and we see you got something else going on, you're going to sign this piece of paperwork to let us do what we need to do while we're in there, because surgeons don't often know what they're going to find when they cut you open, and they can't ask you while you're under anesthesia for permission to fix it while they're in there. So at this point now, just trying to boot off of the original drive, you see that the desktop comes up just fine, just as it always did before. And that helps us to identify that either there is a compatibility issue with the module or that the clone wasn't successful. So for right now, just to prove to you that we didn't damage anything, let me turn this back off. Did it turn off? No, it didn't. I mean, it's just here. Gosh darn it. My battery power is getting low, though. Slide to shut down your PC. Okay. Why is it not shutting down? Start. Go to the start button. Power. And shut down, and that should power it off. So it's really important that when you're working on the machines, that you just don't use your imagination to scare yourself into. It's sort of like if you're so convinced that you're so nervous that you're going to break it, you're probably going to break it. So the best thing you do is pay attention, relax. And if things don't go according to plan, that's a great opportunity for you to learn. You shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't just think, oh, doom, it's all doom. It's really not a big deal. So do I wish it would have just gone smooth like butter? Of course, I wish that would have happened, but you never learn anything when that happens. All you do is confirm what you already know. Now, if every job I worked on took this long compared to what it should have taken, I wouldn't be able to sustain a business. So thankfully, this has to happen for me to continue to learn. And I'm glad it's happening on my own personal laptop and not a customer's. However, it wouldn't make a difference. I've been in similar situations before where a problem, you solve one problem and it opens up another problem. And you just work through them very calmly. And, if you have to call the customer and say, hey, I'm sorry, it's going to be another day or 2 days, then that's what it's going to be. Forcing yourself to work on it, staying up late, you're more likely to make mistakes and to oversee simple things. I had put together a laptop that we did here, and I forgot, I didn't see the audio cable. It got caught underneath the motherboard when I put the laptop back together. And I was a little overconfident. See, overconfidence is going to get you. It'll always get you. The other thing that'll get you is underconfidence, where you're so nervous you can't hold a steady hand, and your mind is so fixated on imagining a worst case scenario that you're not really present in the moment with what you're doing. And every opportunity to explore and do the job right, no matter what it takes, no matter how much time it takes, should be of your foremost mindset and focus when you're working on a customer's machine. If it's going to take a little more time, then it's going to take more time. Better that than to rush it, have the customer be upset when they have to bring it back to you, or that you have to go back out to your customer and fix it for free. And you're spending all that time in the car back and forth, or they are, and they're not going to be too happy about it. So it's better to just say, look, I needed another day than to try and push it through. Now, on the other hand, if a business needs it, in situations like that, it's good to have a loaner available so you can take that pressure off of you and you can say, hey, look, It's going to take longer than I thought, but I'll tell you what, I've got another machine here. I'll loan it to you so you can get back up and running. We'll, put the bare minimum of what you need on there so you can get your business up and running. For example, this is tax season in America right now. And so if a tax accountant, if their computer goes down, they're busier than ever right now. And it's only going to get busier day after day as we close in on the tax deadline. So if they have a machine down for a day, it's costing them a lot of money. And if they don't have their own spare backup machine to use, as a professional, I would offer that. No differently than a dealership might offer you a loaner car if they're going to have your car for a few days. You still have to get to work. Okay, so we know machine's fine. Something with the cloning process went wonky, or something with that 4 terabyte drive is not configured properly in the BIOS. Either way, neither of those is a big deal, and we can continually, clone this drive if we want to clone it again. That's the beauty of leaving the original intact. There's no harm in that. Well, now the drives are really sticking to the thermal tape. Remember when I took it off the first time, it wasn't sticking. So apparently I'm putting it together better than they did. All right. Oh, I didn't want to do that. See, even me just rotating this in my hands, it's starting to click that bottom panel. And I'm not done working on it yet. So just to make sure our behaviors are identical, that it what is this? Reproducible problems are your best friend as a technician. What you don't want to deal with are intermittent problems, problems that only occur sometimes. Those are the ones that'll drive you batty. Trying to remember where I got my parts from here. I think that one goes here. I think I'm going to put them all in here. This little blue one went to this kit over here. I'm going to let that sit for just a minute, just in case it's loading any driver. I'm going to step out for just a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I thought I heard a package delivery, so I'm going to just go outside and check. Well, I was half right. It was the mailman, and it's all junk mail. Well, if it hasn't gone to a screen by now, it's definitely not going to. But sometimes a little patience pays off. In this case, didn't make things any worse, but didn't help either. All right, hold the power button in. Yeah, fans are not spinning. That's fine. Let's go into the BIOS and see if there's any settings in there we can change or look into. Okay, now I might have killed the battery. I can't tell when it's on. Okay, now I heard it turn off. There we go. Now I hopefully can get into the BIOS. What does it say about storage? Storage. AHCI. Smart reporting. It sees the 4 terabyte Sabrent Rocket Q. It sees it just fine. What about our boot configuration? Windows Boot Manager, yeah, that's all good. I just turned Secure Boot back on just to see what it'll do. I don't think it's going to make any difference. But it's not, having a problem seeing the drive or anything in the BIOS. It just gets to the point where it wants to bring that desktop up. to go back in the BIOS and we'll see what version of BIOS we have. Version 1.7. Yeah, 1.7 is the latest. Could be a cloning issue. Could be something in the cloning process. Even though it's not indicating anything went wrong. Oh, TPM got turned back on somehow. Let me turn that back off and apply changes. I don't know why TPM was turned on. Did I turn it back on? I turned secure boot. Maybe when I turned on secure boot, it turned TPM back on. So we'll see what happens here. It's back to the loading screen. Still not happy. Consistency is the key to solving the issue. As long as we can keep repeating the issue, it should be relatively simple to solve it. It's just a matter of changing the right thing. And since we know this is hardware related in the sense that when we change the drive, it still works. So it could be that something happened in the clone, it didn't succeed, or that there's something incompatible with the Sabrent drive, although there doesn't appear to be. I think we could try cloning it again, or we can try cloning it a different way. Let's try one more clone, one more repetition. We should get the exact same results, but you never know. It's just a pretty straightforward procedure. We don't have to worry about losing any data or making the situation worse. If anything, if we repeat the same action, we should get the same result. How many people do we have still hanging out with us? Oh, almost 500 of you guys are hanging out. Thanks for joining me. This is kind of fun. All right. Third time's a charm. What I'm looking for, and the reason why I would repeat the same process, is I'm looking for consistency. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping to see if I clone it, it's the same way with the same tool with no error messages, that it should exhibit the same, black screen when it gets to the desktop. That would be a good thing, because if I clone it and it works, then I'm not quite sure what to conclude other than something in the clone didn't copy over correctly. However, the Acronis software says that it did. Now, Acronis does have a verify option, at least on the backups. I don't know if they have a verify on the clone. Interesting. Now it says, please wait. I keep forgetting every time I open that lid, it turns on. So turn it back off. We'll plug the Acronis boot disk back in it. With that bottom not being all the way on, it's very, very difficult to get the USB ports to line up. This side definitely seems like it's doable. Just had to click that corner in. Even though I didn't want to, it's just one corner. Okay, back to the boot menu. We're going to load Acronis again. Tools. Clone, automatic, source drive is 500 gig, destination drive is 4 terabytes, next, okay, proceed. We'll figure it out. Patience. This is what learning looks like. I might as well just check up with some messages here. All right. Where are we at on this? Still cloning. John Time says, I'm just glad you're going through this before me. I've been planning on upgrading my Dell. Well, I've already upgraded the other XPS, and we follow the same procedure with a 4 terabyte drive. And this one's, what, 3 years newer? So you would think the process would be more straightforward and easier, but that's why I say you can't just throw a blanket over all problems or all challenges, because each one will be typically unique in its own way, unless, and this is a very specific exception, that you're working at a business where they have purchased a bunch of the same computer, typically around the same time frame. Because if they purchase the same computer in their months or a year apart, there are often different revisions of hardware that are used. So even then, you know, even network card drivers, sound card drivers could vary, even though the model number hasn't changed, but the spacing of when they were purchased is such that the manufacturer changed vendors for one reason or another. It could be price, could be availability. They're not going to stop production because the network chip they're using got sold out. They'll switch to a different network chip and keep the production line rolling. So even though you've ordered 2 of the exact same computer, they may have different internal components, and that's more likely the more spacing there is between purchases. If you've purchased, 75 computers all at the same time and they're all the same model, they'll likely all have the same hardware revisions. I think that says it's done. Clone disk operation succeeded. Okay. Let's close this out. Now, this is where we should get the Windows desktop, and it is consistently repeating the same behavior. So that suggests to me that something's not occurring properly in the cloning process, or, and this is highly unlikely, there's an incompatibility with the NVMe drive. Now, it's relatively simple to slap a different NVMe drive and clone it to a different drive. But I really want to use 4 terabytes, and the largest drive I've got is a 2 terabyte drive. This is the only 4 terabyte drive I have. So, they're very expensive. I don't just have them laying around. But if it's a compatibility issue and not a cloning issue, by changing the NVMe drive, even if it's just temporary, repeating the same process, if it exhibits the same behavior, it's a cloning issue. If, on the other hand, it boots up like it's supposed to, then it's probably a hardware compatibility issue. This is a tough one to call. So I'm going to go ahead and just hold the power button down. That's new. Okay, so that's off now. And I'm going to, for the sake of education, to share the experience with you, we'll put a different destination drive in here. So we'll take the 4 terabyte out and we'll replace it with, I mean, I've got a 980 Pro here that's 1 terabyte Gen 4. I wonder if this laptop supports Gen 4. I don't even know if it does. Let's have some fun. I mean, we've got it apart. Now's the time to play with it. You've got to remove anything USB because it's going through a hole in this bottom cover. And so the cover won't come off if you've got anything plugged in through any of the holes on the sides of the cover. So what I want to do is take out the 4 terabyte drive. Now, I do have a 4 terabyte Sabrent in the other Dell XPS, and that's just fine. Whew, it's warm. This drive is brand new out of the package, so who knows, maybe there's something a little wonky with it. This is a Samsung 980 Pro 1 terabyte drive, and out of curiosity, if we pop this bad boy in and repeat the clone, will it boot to the desktop? I don't normally have to insert and remove the solid state drive 6 times. But hey, what can I say? I love what I do so much, I'll do it 6 times. We're going to need to clone this. Ah, it turned on me again. All right, come on. Close this because this just isn't sitting right, and I won't be able to get the USB flash drive plugged in there. There we go. Now, if it doesn't see this NVMe drive, then that means that there's an incompatibility with Gen 4. I think it'll boot to the flash drive without me telling it to. Let's see. Yeah, flash drive is flashing. Option 1. Tools, clone, automatic, source is disk number 3, destination is disk number 2, proceed. All right, While we're waiting, if anybody's got any questions, I'll do my best to provide you some answers. It's been a while since I've had any issues cloning, so I've had it good for a couple of years. This is a humbling experience. I demonstrated in my other Dell XPS video that the boilerplate quote-unquote limitations are just that. They're not actual limitations, they're boilerplate. So for example, on the Dell XPS, the 9570 that I have, it says you can't put a drive in larger than 2 terabyte, and they can't have more than 32 gigs of RAM, and yet I put a 4 terabyte drive in it and 64 gigs of RAM. You absolutely cannot believe what you're reading is true. There really is no such thing as a limit with regards to the NVMe storage that's available for consumers. We could put an 8 terabyte in there if we want to. There's no reason that that shouldn't read it. There's nothing special they need to have to see that. So what they usually do though is when they're writing the documentation and specifications, it's during the design implementation of the laptop. And so whatever the largest drive is at the time of design, that's what they say is the biggest drive you can use. That's how they get to that. They don't actually have a hard limit like that. I mean, there might be one above 8 terabytes. I don't know, but it should just plug in and work. So don't believe any of that nonsense. Also, a lot of BIOS updates will change what CPUs are compatible. It could change how much and what kind of RAM is compatible, and if there's any the storage compatibility issues, those would be addressed in BIOS updates. It's not an engineering limitation. It's a boilerplate marketing statement that alleviates them of any sort of expectation of support. If you're trying to do something they say you can't do, then don't come asking us why it won't work. It's really there for the business to remain profitable. They want to avoid unnecessary technical support calls and to have people tie up their phone lines with issues that are not Dell related. Dell, as I recall, doesn't offer 4 terabyte drives, so therefore they'll say their laptops don't support it. But the minute Dell starts offering that as an option, all of a sudden the same laptop will support it, so Dell can sell it to you. If Dell's not offering you a 4 terabyte drive, then as far as they're concerned, a 4 terabyte drive isn't an option. So you have to understand the business practices that are commonly in place in large corporations that basically have boilerplate text that it alleviates them of any responsibility versus actually being factual with the technical specifications and capabilities of the machine. It's always been that way, always. Elko says, Dell support site says the 9510 can hold 64 gigs of RAM and 4 terabytes of storage, which is about the most you can buy. You can't find an SO-DIMM larger than 32 gigs on the consumer side, and there's only 2 slots. So if the maximum is 32 per slot, then do the math, 64 is your limit. If they come out with a 64 gig SO-DIMM, and you get 2 of those, then your limit would be 128. Now that is a hard limit on most BIOSes, 128. But since it's impossible to get there without 4 sticks of RAM, and you only have 2 slots at this time, then that would be your limit. But if and when they come out with a 64 gig individual stick, then you could theoretically put 2 of those in, and it should just work fine. Okay, this is finished. And let's see if that works. I think it's still trying to load off the... Is it loading off the flash drive? What's it doing? Oh, doing a disk check. That's fine. We'll let it run. This is looking familiar. Isn't this interesting? So this is good news. What this tells us, we don't have a hardware compatibility problem. Something in the cloning process isn't working correctly because we have exactly the same symptom. So if we choose a different way to clone it, now this Acronis boot disk that I'm using is Linux based. I wonder if I try using the Windows PE based version of Acronis, if that might solve our problem. So again, I'll hold the power button down, and I'm listening for the fans to turn off. There we go. And we'll pull the Linux boot of Acronis and replace it with the do I have one? Yes, I do. So this is a Windows PE based version of Acronis, same Acronis 2021, but it's Windows PE based, which is sometimes necessary depending on the computer you're working on. It usually has something to do with the way Acronis is seeing the BIOS or sometimes the file system. So let's boot to the Windows PE version of Acronis 2021, and let's try the clone again. We'll keep the Samsung 980 in there just because I'm lazy and I don't want to switch it out right now. And you'll see our interface looks more like Windows as before. You can tell by looking at the graphical user interface that this is more Windows-like, and the other one was more Linux-like just by how it looked. So should be able to do clone disk, automatic, source is the 500 gig, next. Destination is our Samsung 980, next, okay. To replace a disk, yes. Next. Proceed. Okay. There's a reason why Acronis offers both the Linux boot disk and the Windows PE. And I've been told by the folks at Acronis a couple years ago that they highly recommend using the WinPE version. And if that doesn't work, then using the Linux. But I've always done it the other way around. But that was because back then the Windows PE disk was slower and had some driver-related issues with some controllers. But they've put more time, well, so they say, they put more time and engineering and research into the WinPE boot disk. And they say they've all but abandoned the Linux boot version. So they recommended to me about 2 years ago to use Windows, the WinPE version of the Acronis boot disk first. And, you know, old habits die hard. And I haven't had any issue in the past using the, I wouldn't say I didn't have any issue, but I never had an issue like this. Like typically, it won't, the Acronis, if it doesn't see your drive, it's typically because you don't have the right driver in the Acronis boot image. And so, like I said, they've been putting a lot more drivers supposedly in the WinPE boot image to alleviate any technical support issues. How's this doing? It's getting there. Oh, we got a battery light on? Okay, we can give it some juice. Disk was successfully cloned. That's what it says there. We click OK. And close this out. We'll hold the power button in. Waiting for this to turn off. And remove the dock. We'll plug in some power. I think it's thirsty. That light should come on. There it goes. So that's charging. Now, it'd be interesting to see if it boots now, knowing all we did ultimately was just change the cloning software. Even though it's still Acronis, like I said, there is a difference between the Linux version and the Windows PE version. There's where we're going to know. It looks like it's loading the desktop, ladies and gentlemen. See that? And we're on the C drive, which is 1 terabyte. I still have the original D drive, that's 500 gigs. We are, in fact, booting off of that Samsung 980. So there you have it. I mean, that's ultimately what it amounted to. And you can see how you can easily chase your tail and go around in circles if your mind is fixated on some results of a Google search rather than using your own sort of critical thinking and common sense, because you're the one that's got it in front of you. You're the one with your own experience and with your own two hands, what you're witnessing. It's very easy for you to take a few minutes to decide, is this something I should try cloning again? Should I try different cloning software? Is this a hardware compatibility problem? What's happening here logically? What explains this? And you know, I should have jumped on that much earlier. And if I'd listened to what Acronis told me 2 years ago, I would have avoided this entire scenario, would have saved myself at least an hour. But if I explain to you something, I feel like for a large portion of viewers, they're skeptical, they don't believe me, I don't know what the issue is. So by taking you with me down the wrong path so you experience it, now you don't have to take my word for it because you've lived it with me. So we can share this experience together and understand why there is a Linux version and a WinPE version of the Acronis boot disk, and that it can in fact make a difference. Even though the Linux version said it cloned successfully, it was clearly missing something. So all I have to do now is put the 4 terabyte drive back in it and clone it again. I just want that battery to charge up a little bit. And then drop 64 gigs of RAM in it, and then I can seal it back up. I'll repurpose the original 500 gig drive that's in there. Well, we've got it running. Well, I was just kind of curious what kind of performance we're going to get out of that Samsung 980 on this laptop. But I'm trying to think of a way I can do that with it plugged in. It's kind of limiting my access to the USB port here. Well, I think we're going to be okay. let's go to Crystal Disk Info. Let's see what kind of numbers we're getting. Okay, so there's the Samsung 980 Pro. Oh, this is Crystal Disk Info. I wanted Crystal Disk Mark Carry. Let's do this again. This PC, USB drive, open. Crystal Disk Mark, bring that out. Feels fast. All right, we're on the C drive. I'll tell you what, let's do the D drive. Let's test the speed of the drive that Dell included on this laptop. Let's see if I can zoom you in on this. That's definitely Gen 3, and those are good numbers. 3,500, very close to 3,600 on the read is about the maximum you can expect out of Gen 3. Planet Cryos with $5. Hey, thank you, Planet Cryos. Did I miss anybody else's contribution while I've been focused on this? Because sometimes when I really focus on things, I tune the world out around me so I can really give the attention of my brain power to the puzzles that I'm trying to resolve. John Lewis says, thank you, Kerry. Just bought a new Dell laptop and I used the Linux version. I bought a 2 terabyte 970 to replace the Dell 512. Tonight's video saved me much heartache, I'm sure. Right on, I hope so, John. Frank Jimmy wants to know, can the WinPE boot version of Acronis handle drive encryption? I don't know. I don't really deal with drive encryption. As I mentioned before, that's something more along the lines of Mike Smith. None of my clients need or want drive encryption because of the complexity that it adds to computer repair, especially in any data recovery. And that is just, if you're dealing with FINRA compliance or things like that, you don't have a choice. But my clients don't want to spend that extra money if they don't have to and then have that, potential issue to deal with. What processor is on the laptop? That's an 11900H. Patrick wants to know if I installed the Samsung driver. No, because I'm not intending to leave a Samsung drive in it. The drive that we're testing now is the SK Hynix drive that Dell includes. That will come out. The Samsung 980 is just in there for testing purposes. 1 terabyte's not enough for me. I need 4 terabytes. And so the Sabrent drive will go in there. So it wouldn't be a clean install if I start loading Samsung drivers and Samsung Magician only to pull it back out and have to uninstall those things. It defeats the whole point of what I'm trying to do, which is to have a nice, clean Windows 10 install. Otherwise, I could just literally take the SSD out of my other Dell XPS and pop it into this one if I wanted, a cluttered up Windows 10. There's nothing wrong with it. I just feel better if it was a clean install on a brand new laptop. Just in case there are problems, I feel like I'm reducing the odds of that happening by having a brand new laptop with a nice clean install. And I make the same advice to my customers when I'm building them a new machine and they just dread the idea of having to reinstall their software. Reinstalling their software is not that big of a deal, and everybody just kind of moans and groans about it, but honestly, it's nothing they look back on. It's only something they have anxiety when they look towards it, forward at it. But when they look back on it, they don't even think about it. So it's totally worth doing. Nobody in my entire career has ever said, I regret doing the clean install. It's just never happened. Never, not once. They think they're going to regret it. But then after they go through this quote-unquote effort of putting their software back on, which really is no big deal, they are absolutely thrilled. And I am thrilled because their support calls stop. Ada Rivera contributes $20 and says, thanks, Carrie, for a lesson on patience. Absolutely. It's critical when you're dealing with computers. They're still in early infancy of the evolution of the technology. And it's just amazing they work as good as they do. But they are logical and they do what they're told. And so if something's not working, it's generally because you have a bad part, which should be obvious. Or, like in this example tonight, you're missing a step somewhere. And the computer is literally doing what it's told. And you're trusting the cloning software when it reports that it's succeeded. But you didn't actually see the data move. And if you did, you probably wouldn't even be able to identify if it was correct. So we're putting some trust in software. And we still have, especially on a brand new laptop using older cloning software, you're going to be more likely to encounter this. If your computer was older and the cloning software was newer, you'd be less likely. But the Acronis software that I'm using is over a year old. I don't like the new version of Acronis. I don't like the antivirus in it. I don't like the pop-up advertising they put in there. And so I've been looking for an alternative because I didn't want an antivirus. I wanted a piece of backup and cloning software. That's why I've always used Acronis. And Acronis decided they were going to get into antivirus whether you like it or not. So I've been looking for an alternative. But while Acronis is still working for me, I'm going to wring it out for getting my money's worth out of it. Here's our final numbers. We got 3557, almost 3558 on the reads, and 3221 on the writes. That's a really good NVMe drive that Dell's including. Now let's go to the new Samsung 980, and we'll know if this is if the motherboard supports Gen 4, because these numbers will be 5,000 or more over here. So let's see what happens. Yeah, so you see the 6657. That number is impossible to achieve on Gen 3. So the laptop is supporting the Gen 4 just fine. I was just kind of curious. Once again, you can read specs all day long. It doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be your reality. Sometimes people, for one reason or another, they'll take. It's really strange. You can tell people there are billions of stars in the sky, in the galaxy, and they believe you. But you tell them there's wet paint, and they have to touch it to be sure. They don't believe you until they touch it. So people are kind of funny that way. But again, the performance between 3600 and 6600 is really resulting in milliseconds when it comes to loading times. So unless you're doing a lot of intense and heavy I/O, most average consumers wouldn't notice the milliseconds of difference that programs are taking to load or save. So that's not critical to me. What is critical to me is that I have 4 terabytes of storage. I am editing videos on this, and these videos, they get huge. And I need a relatively large and fast I/O for scratch area while the editing's being done. And then once the video's rendered out, then it can be moved off of the laptop and onto that external drive I told you about that's plugged into the router, so I can free space up on the laptop to make room for the next file. It's a vicious cycle, but I'll have multiple projects happening simultaneously. Usually 12 or more are on my laptop editing list at any given time. And what happens is the editing gets very, very tedious, and I need to switch either to stop editing or to edit something else for a while. So because each file is so large, it takes up a lot of hard drive space to have numerous projects happening simultaneously. And as soon as that project is done, that file is immediately, once it's uploaded, it's moved off the laptop and onto that storage device plugged into the router. So we got about 5,000 on the writes. So it's performing right where it should be. And now that we know that the Linux boot edition of Acronis wasn't cloning properly, we know that there's no issue with the 4 terabyte drive. We know that as a fact. But since I have the Gen 4 drive in there, I thought I'd run some benchmarks just to see what the numbers are. And then when this is done, I'll put the 4 terabyte back in. We'll reload the Acronis WinPE boot disk and clone it again over to the 4 terabyte drive. I'm sure it'll boot just fine. We'll take the original 512 out, and we will run the Crystal Disk Mark test on the 4 terabyte Sabrent, but it's only Gen 3, so we're not going to see numbers like this. I had to see. I had to see what it would do. So there was never a problem with the 4 terabyte drive. The problem was with the particular version of Acronis, the boot disk that I'm using. Which I should have suspected that earlier, but I've been a little out of practice. This is the first clone I have done. Well, I clone those veteran giveaways, but I haven't really been doing much cloning. There hasn't been much call for it during the whole, ever since COVID started. That kind of work just kind of stopped. People are getting new machines more so than upgrading ones. I think they just don't want to deal with germs and stuff like that. I don't know what people are thinking, but I definitely have not been cloning the last couple of years like I used to. I used to clone several times a month. And now, this may be one of my first clones of 2022. So we're, what, 2.5 months in. So there's our final numbers there with the Samsung 980. So what I'll do is we'll close this out. Let me step around here. Shut this down. All right, so we're going to go ahead and shut this down, and I will pull this USB drive because we're done with that. We'll put the Acronis WinPE bootable rescue disk in right there, right here. Let me unplug this so I can get the bottom off of it again. And I have to unplug this one too, because again, the bottom won't come off if you've got anything through the slot. And we'll flip this over like this. All right, I feel a lot better about this. As far as my confidence in moving forward, I know what's going to work now. And I'm glad that we took our time to define this so we can move forward in the future with this knowledge. And it certainly emphasizes, for me anyway, I really need to find an alternative to Acronis. Unless Acronis decides to go back to what was their bread and butter, what made them big, which was cloning and backup, and they seem to make that secondary now to antivirus and security. And like I said, I'm not looking to Acronis for antivirus or security. I already have that situation nipped in the bud. So here's our 4 terabyte drive. I'll put this back in, and then we'll boot to the Acronis WinPE bootable. And then we'll take this drive out, and everything will be good to go. I'm going to have to open up my other Dell XPS, and what I think I'm going to do is take this RAM out and just swap it between the two XPSs there. You see, that's all there is to this. It's pretty straightforward. The value of the machine doesn't really change the kind of work you have to do. Whether this is a $300 laptop or a $5,000 laptop, it's still going to be essentially the same exact procedure. It is a little more nerve-wracking, you know, when it's a customer's machine and you're accountable, especially when you're cracking it open, right? I mean, I just didn't really want to leave any gouges in a brand new laptop. But if anybody was going to do it, it wasn't going to be a tech. It was, you know, some random tech. It was going to be me. It's sort of like you buy a new car, you don't want any scratches on it. But if I scratch it and it's my car, then that's okay. At least I'm the one who did it. That's my mentality on that. I just want to set this back in enough that I can get the USB plug back into it. It's sitting a little funny. Okay, I think that's going to be it. Okay. Plug power back into it. F12. One-time boot menu, we're going to select when to do that. Somehow it went to firmware update and it loads the Wi-Fi, which I don't want it to do. We're going to hit Control-Alt-Delete, back to F12, so I can select the Acronis rescue disk to boot from. Oh, I was hitting F11. Silly me. There we go, preparing one-time boot menu. I want UEFI SanDisk Extreme Pro, and then it'll load the Windows PE version of Acronis. So we already know this is going to work. So anybody that would bet against that is going to lose your bet. We're selecting the 500 gig source, and then we'll select the 4 terabyte destination as soon as it comes up here. Right there. Hit next, hit OK. It's going to replace the disk, hit next, and proceed. Do I use a mouse with laptops? I use whatever's available, a trackpad, a touchpad, a mouse, a rollerball. I really don't care. When I'm editing, I use a mouse when I'm editing. Editing with a touchpad is nightmarish. But you know, if I go to a customer's to work on their laptop, I don't bring a mouse with me. I'm fine. Whatever they got's fine. Tom K contributes $2. He goes, "Hey Kerry, here's 2 for Tuesday." Right on. Thank you, Tom. No, I guarantee you 100% this is going to work. The problem we had was the cloning software. That's all. The version of Acronis of that Linux boot rescue, for some reason or another, just wasn't cloning it correctly. You'll see. That's why I don't like to ritualize things, right? Because then you can get all superstitious and go off your feelings. I'm not really interested in going off my feelings. I'm only interested in going off of facts. So we understand why it wasn't working now, although precisely why, what exactly it was doing differently, I don't know. But that there is a difference, and that's why Acronis has the 2 different boot disks, precisely for that reason. And now that we know the answer, we don't have to wonder, we don't have to be superstitious, we don't have to go by our gut. You know, we have the evidence now. So that's all done. I click OK. We'll close this out. I am so confident, I'm going to shut this down. Waiting for this to turn off. And once again, we have to unplug everything so we can get the bottom off of this. And I'm going to pull that 512 gig original drive because we are officially done with it. Let me set this over here. So a little bit of a learning experience there for me as well. Very, very shocked that Bitlocker was turned on. I guess I would have expected that if Windows 11 was installed on it, but they might just be building these all the same in the factory regardless. It just makes it easier to train your employees to do it one way. You'll get more consistency of quality that way. So I understand why Dell would have made that decision. You would also reduce technical support calls from the majority of people who, when they want to upgrade to Windows 11, find out it won't let them because the BIOS hasn't been set up for it. So I can understand why Dell would default to that. I'll give them a pass on that. That's it. You'll see. It's going to boot just fine now. I know it. You really want me to be wrong, don't you? It's all right. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He says, this has to work. Or does it? Oh, I probably should have plugged power back into it, huh? We're back to the black screen. It's making me a liar. Oh, wait, maybe it was off. Here we go. Place your bets. Dun, dun, dun. What's going to happen? Uh-oh, it booted, ladies and gentlemen. Almost as though it made sense. And let's make sure we have all 4 terabytes available to us. That's the other thing. Some cloning software doesn't auto resize your partitions, which I hate. Oops, I didn't want that to start. Let's go to the yellow folder. Go to the C drive. Oh yeah, look at all that free space, baby. Look at that. 3.61 terabytes is available for me to use. I got some elbow room now. Look at that. So like I said, I will take the other XPS apart and just trade memory with it, I think. And then I'll slap the cover back on and put the 8 screws back in. We did all the hard work. And it shouldn't even have been that difficult, but between the Bitlocker situation and the Acronis Linux boot disk, we had 2 problems to resolve. So it turned out to be, a worthwhile endeavor to broadcast this live, so you can share that experience with me and understand that, again, when you're working for somebody else, you can't just throw your hands in the air and give up. Now, in corporate America, when you work as a PC repair technician, if a job is taking you too long, you'll probably get pulled from it. That used to drive me crazy because I wanted to solve it. And they'd say, well, Kerry, you're taking too long on that. We're going to pass that on to somebody else. We need you to go do this instead. And I'm like, well, how am I going to learn if you pull these projects away from me that I'm struggling with? Those are my favorite projects. And they'd, well, geez, Kerry, you're like a pit bull. You sink your teeth into something and you won't let it go. I'm like, well, that's how I learn. And so it used to drive some of my bosses crazy. But my customers love me. So I was working on a problem at this company where this customer was experiencing blue screens. And it just started happening. And I just couldn't figure this problem out. I ended up putting a temporary hard drive in it and reloading Windows. And the thing would just blue screen. And I started my diagnostic procedure, which, can take a little bit of time, as you've witnessed. And boss comes over and says, how you doing on that? Are you close to having it done? I said, well, no, I'm not close to having it done. I'm still diagnosing it. And he said, well, give that over to Joe or whoever and move on to the next one. And I said, well, I really want to know what's causing this, because what happens if I see it again? Well, don't worry about that now. So then the guy they passed it off to was going to format the hard drive and reinstall everything, and the customer specifically said they had data on there. And so I said to my boss, I said, the guy told me, I talked to the person you want me to hand it over to, and they said they're going to reformat it. And the customer said they have data on there and not to reformat it. And my boss said, well, that's not our problem. He's not following company policy. All of his data needs to be on the server. He should know better. If they want to reformat it, I'm okay with it. I said, well, I gave the customer my word that I wouldn't reformat it, regardless of company policy. He's like, well, I don't care what you told the customer. We got work to do. It's not our customer's data is not our problem. So I went over his head to his boss because time was of the essence. And I said, look, the guy that uses this workstation gets paid 4 or 5 times more than any of us in IT do. So to force him to recreate the work is costing the company a lot more money because the IT people aren't being cooperative. And the boss was like, well, that's not our problem. So I said, okay. So I called the customer at his desk. I said, I want you to know they're planning to reformat your computer. I know you have data on it. I've talked to my boss and my boss's boss, and they don't seem to care. And if you don't act quickly, they're going to erase that drive. And then about a couple hours later, I was called into my boss's office, my boss's boss, for a private meeting that I was not to air our dirty laundry to other departments of the company, and that if there's a problem, I should take it to him. And so, well, I tried taking it to you. And he said, this isn't the proper way to go about it. I said, look, all I can tell you is that customer has data. The customer is paid a lot more money per hour than any of us are. And it's in the best interest of the company that the client doesn't have to recreate that work. And furthermore, I gave him my word that I would not reformat that. And he doesn't know that it was transferred to anybody else. He dealt specifically with me. I was assigned the trouble ticket. And if anything negative happens, it's a reflection on me from his eyes. And he just said, in the future, come to me, don't take it outside of the department. I said, okay. And of course, you know, in one ear and out the other, because it didn't work. So what, now he's suddenly going to start listening? In the meantime, I solved a couple other computer issues that they assigned to me, and the other guy's computer was still there. It'd been like a week, and they were still trying to figure it out. And I accidentally stumbled on the fix when I was doing another repair, where a network card driver, because we used to add network cards back in the day. They weren't built into the motherboard. The network card driver was causing the blue screens. And it was a 30, well, not a 30 second, maybe like a 2-minute fix. So the network card driver worked, but it was a different revision of the hardware. It's the same model and make, but the revision had changed. And you needed to use the updated driver. The old driver would load and it would work, but it would cause these blue screens on the revisions of that specific network card. And once I discovered that, I said, you got to give me that computer back. I can fix it now. And I was able to just update the network card driver, test it, and then I personally delivered it back. They didn't want me to deliver it back. They said, we need you working. We don't need you walking halfway across the campus. We can have somebody else less busy do that. I said, oh, so they can take credit from my work? So I can be seen as the guy who took it, and they can be seen as the hero who fixed it? I go, absolutely not. I'm taking this back to the customer because I'm the one who picked it up, and they're going to know I'm the one who fixed it. I'm not going to be the one who formatted it. I'm not allowing that. And I'm not going to allow somebody else to take credit for what I discovered and what I resolved that I would have done sooner if you'd have let me finish what I started. This customer shouldn't have been without their computer for a week. So, and then I just, you know, I had the computer on a cart and I just ignored the boss and I walked right past him. My attitude was stop me. Try and stop me. So bosses generally didn't like me, but the customers and the people whose trouble tickets were assigned to me, almost universally, was constant praise. So it was very difficult for me in corporate America where I was doing the right thing. The customers knew I was doing the right thing. I knew I was doing the right thing. But the bosses, who were more interested in numbers and in policy enforcement, saw me as a pain in the butt. That's what's twisted in the corporate culture in America, is they've got the priorities set completely wrong in my experience in the companies that I worked for. And, you know, taking that time to learn that, I was then able to educate the entire IT department that if you see this blue screen, you must use this driver. And you can imagine how many hours of troubleshooting and repair work I solved by not only discovering, but sharing that solution with everybody in the office. And I got punishment for it, not rewarded. I mean, I was rewarded from the customer. They were all happy and grateful, but they're not my boss. So, yeah. Ramon says, I need 20 tickets per day from you. I mean, nobody would ever do 20 tickets, but you would certainly do a minimum of 2, right? Some of these campuses, like the Intel campus, is huge. So if you get a trouble ticket, you might have to get in the car and drive a few miles because the campus isn't necessarily on one particular location. There were numerous other satellite offices that were in different departments that were a couple miles away. And then while you're over there, you might as well go ahead and take your lunch. So there's your, you know, you're probably somewhere close to a place that you're not normally close to eat. So then we go have a bite to eat, and by the time you get back, there's probably just enough time left of the day to go pick up another trouble ticket and resolve it. We had no remote access back then. Now, there was remote access for people working like from laptops while traveling. When I worked at the power company, we'll test you guys and see how many of you know of a product. Back in the day, logging into Windows NT4, we used a product called Reach Out. Has anybody ever heard of Reach Out? And that product, you know, those were the early days of remote access. And again, we're talking Windows NT servers. And it was basically one person for each server. So we had a bank of 40 of them, and they constantly had to be reset, rebooted. They'd always get some sort of jumbled up memory errors and stuff that we'd have to just reboot the machines on a regular basis. I think I ended up scripting a batch file that did it automatically at each log off. John Williams says, Kerry, thanks for sharing the stream tonight. Love it when I learned something from you and the chat. Well, I learned a lot new today, too. You know, you witnessed my first experience with Bitlocker. I've never turned it on or turned it off before. Seeing this error with Acronis, this is a brand new one. I've never seen Acronis where it says the clone is done correctly and then have it boot to a blank screen. That's new. But it's also a brand new laptop. Like I said, I've only had this, I think, a week. So I'm anxious to put it to use. But to do so, I've got to get everything off of the other XPS. And there wasn't enough room to copy all my video files over. So I ended up copying the video files over to a 2 terabyte USB drive. And that wasn't enough. I filled up the 2 terabyte. And then I had to go grab another 2 terabyte USB drive and filled that one. So there's 3 terabytes total. So once I copy everything over, I'll probably have less than a terabyte free on here, probably closer to 600, 700 gigs free. And that's perfect. And, you know, I could stick another NVMe in there while I've got the back off of it. But I kind of like that 4 terabyte limit. I feel like the more storage you have, the more you're going to use and the more you're going to potentially lose, whether it's a virus infection or a drive failure or the laptop burns out for some reason, and I'm going to be in a world of hurt. So by keeping the drive at a reasonable size limit, it forces me to clear things off of it to make room for new stuff and decide if I'm going to delete that, the old stuff I'm not using, or move it to, like I mentioned, the external drive that's plugged into the USB port on the back of the router here. And it sort of forces me to have to clean before things get too out of control. John 10 says, can I do a speed test? Oh, I was going to do a speed test. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Let's boot this back up. And we'll run Crystal Dismark. I meant to do that and completely forgot. Barry Klein contributes $5, says, good evening, Kerry. That problem was a 10 EPS problem, 10 expletives per minute. Here's a $5 for the Tech Busker tip jar. Yeah, I agree with that conclusion. I agree. Let's see. Need my utilities. I don't know if I like this or dislike this. I mean, I love USB Type-C. I would love for that to be on everything. But while we're transitioning, it's a little maddening because I have so many Type A USB devices. And I do have an adapter to convert them, but my preference... What's my deal here? Why is this not going in? I know it's because I don't have the bottom on completely. So let me just unplug power for a minute because I know I can get to this back one. There we go. And then let's bring up Crystal Disk Mark. Okay, C drive is selected and we'll run all the tests. And let me zoom it back in on there so you can see it. We are on Gen 3, so our maximum will be just under 36, or right around 3600. And that's if you have a high performance drive. This Sabrent isn't necessarily the fastest. They have a line called the Rocket line. So the Sabrent Rocket would be faster. But like I said, the capacity is far more important to me than adding, going to 6,000 or 7,000, because that just results in milliseconds of actual performance difference when you're using the computer. Frank's liking the LCD on this laptop. I ordered the laptop in white, even though white is traditionally Apple's color, because I've never owned a white laptop before. And they do charge a little bit more for the white version, but I wanted to be able to tell my two XPS laptops apart. So if one's black and one's white, it should be pretty easy for me to know which one's the new one and which one's the old one, because otherwise I'd be hard pressed to tell the difference. So 3,200 and about 3,250 on the reads, a little over 3,000 on the writes, which is really, really good. And that's important to me because, like I said, when I render files, those write speeds are critical. And that's often where cheaper solid state drives will have much, much lower write speeds than their reads. The camera is tilted? No, the camera is perfectly level. I'm on a Lazy Susan that rotates, and as it rotates, it will give you the appearance that it's on an angle. That's how circles work. But yeah, I could kind of rotate it a little different, so it's more straight on with the camera. But that's not tilted. That's rotation of angle. The camera is completely flat. And the camera just went out of focus because I've been playing with it too much. Come on, camera, focus. Oh, the laptop went to sleep. It's probably upset that I've unplugged it. Did the yellow light come on? No, the yellow light's not on. So there's your final numbers if you're interested in the Sabrent 4 terabyte. It was about the cheapest 4 terabyte drive I could find. And, you know, Sabrent gave me one of those 4 terabytes over a year ago. That's in my main office computer back at Studio A. And it's been running like a champ. That's why I bought one for the XPS, and that's why I bought a third one for this XPS. Now, I'm going to take the other 4 terabyte out of the older XPS because I won't need it. And I'll put it in my inventory for use in some other projects. And there it is. There's your final numbers. Now I can back the camera back off. That should be good. And we'll go ahead and shut this down. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. Okay, I'll take that out. And what time is it? Oh, boy, it's 20 to 10 already. Set that there, and let me just plug this back in, charge it back up. Now, they do sell a Type-C dock for this that gives you your video out and your hardwired LAN Ethernet cable and USB ports, all that. But they're like $400. And you're taking a laptop, you're making it a desktop at that point. The whole point of having a laptop is, like when I did the Acronis Summit in Miami, was that October of 2019? I edited video in the hotel room with that Dell XPS that I've got. So I was planning to keep it, but I ended up, I broke the backspace button. And there's a website you can go to order replacement keys. The keys have little tiny plastic tabs, and I type quickly and I type with purpose, and the backspace key and the spacebar key are probably the most used on any keyboard I have. And somehow I broke the backspace keycap. The button underneath it is fine, but there's a company, let's see if I can find it, I'll share it with you. But I'll make a video showing how to replace it because it looks really super easy. You just have to make sure you get the right keycap, and the company will walk you through that. Let me pull up a website here. It's replacementlaptopkeys.com. And if I share the screen with you, you can see it. Get an idea of what's involved. So this says Dell XPS 15 laptop keys. They have others, right? And you can see this long list on the left. And you have to determine what type of key you've got. So to do that, you choose, first of all, in my case, I need a backspace key. So I'll find, in this list somewhere, backspace. That's the key I need. Now it says, what kind of key is it? Is it a DC18, DC19? Well, we know that the Dell XPSs that I have backlit keyboards, so it's got to be either the DC19 or DC38. And given its age, it's probably the lower number. But like this laptop is white, and you'll see that you have no choice but black. So you probably have DC38 on this keyboard or not. Backspace key, backlit. Wonder why it's not offering me white. But you see the price, $4.99. It's pretty cheap. This shows you how you can determine which type of keycap you've got based on, you can take off a regular key. So here they're showing A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. You pull that cap off and look at what's underneath specifically. Or if you're looking at a larger, like the Enter key, or if a smaller button like Escape or F1, you need to pull your keycap off and see which one it looks like. Does it look like this? Does it look like this? Now, if we know DC19 and DC38 are backlit, then we just have to determine which of these two. So I can't see what the backspace looks like because they don't give us a demo of that. So I had to pull off a letter and look behind it. And what I saw behind it was DC-19. And then you just push the keycap on. I mean, it's no big deal. I was actually kind of disappointed it broke as easily as it did. And so know that's available if you have a broken key on a laptop. Replacement laptop key. So when the key comes in the mail, I'll make a short video and just show you how that goes on. But it should be literally that simple. And then they charge you shipping, right? So it's $4.99, and then that's a few bucks for shipping. I think the whole thing was like 10 or 12 bucks. But it's a $2,000 laptop, or it was back when it was new. So yeah, I'll share that experience with you once I receive it. Okay, guys, I think that is going to wrap it up for me for today. I should probably get something to eat. I haven't eaten today. That's not good. I didn't think I was going to be this long. The story of my life. Alex wants to know if I plan on installing Windows 11 in future builds. Why? What will my customer be able to do with Windows 11 that they can't do now with Windows 10? Inevitably, Windows 11 will be required after Windows 10 support ends, but that's October of 2025. Do know that I am a working computer technician. I know I have to keep saying this. I put the operating system on that the customer wants, not the operating system that I want. I work for my customers. If my customers want Windows 11, what am I going to do? Tell them no? But I would ask why. Why do you want Windows 11? And I'll ask that question to you, Alex. Why? What difference does it make? Q the Retro Gamer says, I like when these vids turn into troubleshooting vids. Well, that's what I like to keep everything real, unscripted, a single take, there's no edits. So you get a much more realistic view of the kinds of things that occur in repairs that, any other typical YouTube tech channel, especially the big ones, they would film this, they would edit it, and they would just come off by telling you all the solutions to everything. And you wouldn't see their struggle. You just, be left with the impression that they just knew all of this. I like to show the struggle. In fact, it's the struggle that keeps me interested. If it was that easy that I had all the answers all the time, I'd be bored out of my mind, and I'd have to find something that was a challenge for me. And what I like with the computers is a nice balance between being familiar with a problem and resolving it very quickly because I've struggled with it before. That's why the lessons stay. I don't forget them. And then every once in a while you run into a problem that's very unique, never seen it before, and it can be frustrating if I'm not in the right mood for it. But at the end of the day, that's what keeps me from changing careers. Otherwise, if it was that easy, the way other YouTube tech channels make it out to be, they take 2 weeks to film and reshoot, and and you don't have that luxury when you're working in the field. You are measured by how many repairs you do a day and how many times you have to go back because your repair wasn't done correctly. And if you have too much of product coming back that you have to redo, or you're not quick enough, it's taking you too long, you will probably be let go. So YouTube content creators, they can take their time. They can hire, photographers, videographers, editors, script writers, and they can take whatever time that they deem necessary to get past whatever obstacles and challenges they have, and completely edit those out And if they do even mention they had a challenge, it just comes off as like a couple of sentences. Well, we had some trouble getting the NVMe clone, but then we realized it was our Acronis software Linux boot disk, and once we used the Windows PE, it resolved it. So they take, an hour and a half or longer and just snip that out of it so you don't see what went into figuring that out. And to me, it's like deception, that they're making something appear to be faster and easier than what it's really like. Now, if you're watching that and you're like, gee, I would love to be a tech and do that someday, you're getting a false presentation of what that job is like, and it frustrates me. As I would imagine, if you're a professional, if you're a doctor, and you watch any of these medical drama shows on TV, and the patient comes in, like, remember the show House? Watching real doctors react to the diagnosis and the bedside manner of House, the doctors will tell you, yeah, we don't do that. There's a reason this isn't done this way. That diagnosis is wrong. There's no way anybody would legally be able to do that. It's quite fascinating. Or you listen to a real lawyer watch some show on law, some fictional, they're watching, what was that one, Franklin and Bash, and they'll just, they're like, this doesn't work. You wouldn't be able to do that in a courtroom. There's no way a judge would allow this. You would be kicked out of there. You'd be contempt of court. So what I'm trying to do is, many of the big YouTube tech channels are creating essentially fiction. I'm trying to put a severe dose of reality out there for those who are genuinely interested in what time is genuinely involved and what sort of work you're going to be putting in, and if you're doing this professionally. Because if you like that, and you're like, hey, I see how long this took, I see the struggles, I see how he overcame them, that would be really, I would enjoy that, then you'll go into this career with the right expectations and probably won't regret it. But if you're going to base it on some highly polished, edited, scripted content, that only applies if you want to get into content creation. It has nothing to do with doing the actual work. It's unrealistic. And I wish there was a disclaimer that was required. I wish they'd say this has been edited and scripted for your convenience. Something that says this doesn't reflect true time invested, or it doesn't convey the level of challenge that we encountered and the amount of investment we made to resolve that challenge. That's all been edited out for your convenience. In a similar way, when a customer hires me to do a job, they're not looking over my shoulder, right? They give me a broken computer and I give them back a fixed computer. That's it. They don't see the unedited work. They just know, if that's what they wanted, they would have done it themselves. They wouldn't pay me to do it. They're paying me for the edited version. They're not interested in what it took to fix or what the challenges were. Just get it fixed and get it back to me at a reasonable price as quickly as you can. And if it takes 3 days because I'm trying to solve a problem, they don't care. Just as quickly as you can and as cheaply as you can. If you do that, your customer's happy. So, this is supposed to be sort of an inward look into what goes on when that door closes, when that tech takes your computer and puts it on their bench and they close the door and you can't see. This is very typical of what's happening. The main difference is, in a professional work environment, I wouldn't just be working on one. I would have at least 2 other computers. Generally, the benches I would work on were bigger, wider, and you'd have one on the left and one on the right. If you look at TNT Amusements, where Todd Tuckey does arcade and pinball machine repair, you'll see the standard workbench, which is, it's not stained, you know what I mean? Like, it's not painted. It's generally somebody with basic woodworking skills custom made these benches, and they're trying to make efficient the amount of space they have. So each technician, you step into your work area. You ever seen like one of those people that play keyboards in a rock band, and they've got keyboards, stacked too high, and they're surrounded with different keyboards that make different sounds, or sampling pads, and it's like a big U shape of keyboards around them. Well, that's what most of my benches look like when I was working for corporate America. I would have a big, a workbench in front of me, and then generally the monitors, and those were CRT monitors, they were up high so that we had all of this free real estate to work with. Your monitor was like this deep, so you had to get it up off the bench, and we'd put that up on a shelf. It was above eye level for me, but maybe if I was taller, it would have been eye level. And then we'd have generally, I think it was 2 monitors, one on each side, one on each side, one on each side. So we could have a total of 6 things going on. That meant if the virus scan was going to take 90 minutes, you didn't sit around and twiddle your thumbs. You let the virus scan run and you can see the monitor, you can watch it. If you look at the video for $300 data recovery where I interviewed him, the data recovery takes hours and hours and hours. So he's got, what, 20, 30 workstations all doing data recovery or some process thereof of the data recovery, all happening simultaneously. And then the work is divided by, half dozen employees. And that keeps them busy 8 hours a day. You get another one kicked off and running, and you go back over to this one that finished, wrap it up, clear it off, move the next one on, and you just make your rotation around the workbenches, keeping sure that they're all running and being as efficient as possible. You're getting your customers handled faster. You're also generating more revenue in that day. If you keep busy, everybody's happier, and your day goes by like that. You go by, you get to work at 8 o'clock and you leave by, was it typically 9 hours if you get an hour for lunch. So if you're going to work at 8, you're getting off by 5, let's say. And it'll feel like 90 minutes at the most. You'll be like, how did it get to be 5 o'clock already? That's what I enjoy. I like being so busy that time flies, and I'm not sitting there staring at the wall or hating my job. Like I'm just focused on the task at hand, and if that task is going to take a while, whatever that task is, you move on to the next task and start that one going, and you just keep doing that. Customers are happier, boss is happier, and at the end of the day, you can really feel like you got a lot done. So that would be the only misrepresentation here, is that I have the luxury of working on one item and just waiting for it to finish and just chit-chatting with you guys. But at the same time, I also don't have an audience when you're working as a field technician. There's no entertaining to do, there's no conversation or dialogue to have. So you just keep yourself busy, otherwise you're staring at the wall anyway, and the work is just going to wait for you and pile up. So it wouldn't be realistic for me to demonstrate that outside of an actual working repair facility, which then opens you up into all sorts of issues with accidentally exposing customer information. Some customers are very, very particular about not even showing their computer, as though they were somebody special and people cared. It's one thing if they're a celebrity or a politician or in the public eye, but there's a lot of paranoid people out there. And, they have a right to expect you to not broadcast their personal assets. They're not wrong, but it seems a little silly. So the idea of being able to film in an actual workplace of real work being done, probably isn't ever going to happen because of that. Or everything would have to be blurred out, making the content less useful if you redact everything. So, but otherwise, except for the scale of multiple projects happening simultaneously, this is a good view of the kind of work you would do, potentially, if you want to be a field service tech or work in corporate America in the IT department. There are lots of levels of IT, from database administration, network administration, server administration. There's network architecture, there's support desk. So each job is different. This is strictly the type of field service that I was teethed on, for lack of a better way of explaining it. This is what I know, my level of experience, and what I made a career out of. And there's plenty of other avenues in IT that I have no experience in and I have no interest in, like server administration. I have no interest in it. I don't care about Active Directory. I don't care about SQL servers. I don't care about Ubiquity enterprise smart switches or firewalls. It's just no interest to me. Point of sale stuff and all of the requirements, FINRA requirements, HIPAA requirements. So there's something in there for everybody. If you, for example, you like computers, but maybe you don't want to be doing this kind of work. You'd rather be doing more networking stuff, or maybe you would rather be doing more technical support. But there's a lot of room to move around in IT. I just love what I do so much. I just kept doing this. A lot of the people I worked with moved into network administration. You know, they kept growing. I didn't want to grow anymore. I just said, I just want to do this. Not too many people stick in hardware repair as long as I have. I don't know if that's a good thing to brag about or something I should keep to myself, but usually people feel the need to move on and to expand their career into the next level. But I just enjoy this way too much. Stealth Mode said that was a perfect training video, Carrie. The real tech work on equipment you've never worked on before. We were trained similar. Well, back then there was no school for it. The books hadn't been written. So when I started in this, you know, when I first started working at Best Buy, there was no Geek Squad. And a lot of the rules and policies I defined. And there was nobody there to argue with me about it. If I said this was virus removal was going to cost $50, then it cost $50. Then when the whole Geek Squad thing happened, that was years after I left. And it was very different. You know, if you got hired on at Geek Squad, there was a whole training procedure and policies and practices that you needed to follow. But when I started, there was no such thing as PC repair at Best Buy. So I was the first to offer that at Best Buy in Arizona. They had sold computers, but they never serviced them. And I'm pretty proud of that, you know. And I had all this experience from other jobs, so I stepped right into it. And I was telling Best Buy, here's how you do this and here's how you do that. Best Buy didn't provide me with any tools, not a screwdriver. They provided me no policies, no procedures outside of the standard retail stuff. And so I would just define that. And I don't know how much of what the policies and procedures they follow now, if I had any influence on that or not, because Best Buy, of course, is a worldwide company, and I don't know that my actions in Arizona had any impact outside of Arizona, but they could have. I don't know. But I can tell you what the Geek Squad does is nothing at all like what I did. But that was back in the day, you know, there was no example to go off of. And so we had to sort of figure it out on our own. Well, there's no sort of about it, it's just how it was. And I've always enjoyed the challenge and the puzzle and resolving the issues and making sure the customers get a good deal and you know, take a lot of pride in getting the job right, done right the first time, even if it takes me twice as long, because nothing upsets me more than companies that want to push something out the door just to meet numbers, regardless if it's ready or not. Like, they don't have the time to do it right, but they will always make the time to fix it. Whereas I would rather take the time and do it right out the door. That way the customer never has to come back for a repeat visit for something that should have been resolved. It makes us look bad, makes me look bad, makes me look like I don't know what I'm doing, and it's not profitable for the company. You know, they're just looking at the end of the day. How much can we make today? How much product can we push out today? And then they'll worry about tomorrow. And I never had that mindset. And that's why a lot of bosses didn't like me, but a lot of customers did. So it's that same old cycle back around. And you would think taking care of the customer should be job one, and you work backwards from there. That's Jeff Bezos' philosophy. It seems to be working out quite well for him, but not a very popular attitude. And that's why Amazon is as big as they are, and they really don't have any competitors that honor the customer and value the customer in the way that Amazon does. And you know, when I was working over with Newegg, they were constantly wanting to be like Amazon, but they refused to put in the customer service that Amazon has. And I tried explaining that to them. Like, it's not just a matter of carrying the products and competing on price. You've got to have that Amazon customer service. And as long as you don't have that, you're never, ever going to get anywhere near Amazon. And of course, that just went in one ear and out the other, because what do I know? You know, stay in your lane, Kerry. We know what we're doing. You just do your thing on camera. They didn't actually say that, but they might as well have. And so they really haven't grown very much compared to Amazon since I left. And I'm not surprised. I could have predicted that. Until they changed that attitude of making it customer-centric, their goal of comparing themselves to Amazon is a waste of time. You know, it's all talk and no action. And it's going to be that action when they're sincere and they really want to be an Amazon competitor. They'll realize they've got to start putting that customer first and work backwards from there. You don't, the customer is not the end. The customer is the beginning. Hey, there's Peter Laycock with a 50-pound contribution. Oh, you're right on time, Peter. We're just wrapping it up tonight. He says, good morning, Kerry, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Hey, Peter, I hope you're doing well. It's always good to see you, my friend. Any final questions I can address? I'll be happy to answer any last-minute questions here before we wrap up. I hate to leave now that Peter just got here. Let's see if anybody sent any messages. Nope, nice quiet day today. I like it. I've got a Western Digital NVMe. I've got the SK Hynix NVMe, the Samsung 980 Pro NVMe. I've got a Sabrent 2 terabyte NVMe. I suspect you're going to be seeing these in future builds. I won't sell anything used as new. I always fully disclose if a product is used. And all of these M.2 drives are very lightly used. I might even use them on my own personal projects. You know, I might just use one as a USB storage. So later tonight, I'm guessing later tonight, I'll go ahead and swap the memory out of the other Dell. You can watch that video that I filmed when I upgraded the other XPS laptop I've got. I really don't want to just put 16 gigs in it, but I guess it won't matter. I was kind of hoping I had 32 gigs laying around. I don't think I do. I'll have to check at Studio A. I'm in no hurry to put this back together. I'm still running off of, obviously, the older Dell. And it's fine, except for the backspace key being, it doesn't, the keycap doesn't sit flush. It kind of tilts on an angle. And I use it a lot. So it's driving me crazy. But certainly that's not a good enough reason to replace a laptop. But this laptop, I just felt like it was time. I really liked the 11th gen chips. They weren't offering any 12. And this was the best one Dell had. And I just customized it. Like I said, I didn't want a touch screen. And they wanted way, way too much money to add more RAM or more storage. So I thought I'll just do it myself. I didn't know that the back was going to be that hard to get off. I was wondering if I made the right decision to save a few bucks. But that was probably the most anxiety I had through this whole process, was just I didn't want to break any clips or mar the seam with twisting the tool, the spudger tool, because it's brand new. I don't want to look at, a gouge in something brand new. So it all turned out okay, but that was probably the part where I had the most anxiety. It wasn't the clone not working. That didn't bother me, obviously. But yeah, getting the back off without cracking a clip or scoring the edge was nerve-wracking for me. Ted says, so can you use a SATA SSD and the other NVMe just for storage, or do you have to load Windows on that drive as well? No, you only need one drive with Windows on it. You can only boot to one drive, so putting Windows on any other drive in the same computer is just a waste of space and time. Peter says it's 5 o'clock in the morning in Scotland, so there are 7 hours ahead of us in Arizona, us being Arizona. Carrie, a skull is visible from the reflection of the, you're probably seeing the Crystal Head vodka. They have different skull bottles. Dan Aykroyd, you might know him from Ghostbusters and Saturday Night Live and a ton of other movies, the Blues Brothers. He's a major investor in this vodka called Crystal Head. And if you search here on YouTube for Crystal Head vodka, where Dan Aykroyd's talking about it, he's very enthusiastic. It's absolutely the best tasting vodka I've ever had. I bought it because I thought the bottle was cool. And generally, when something's in a fancy bottle, like colognes and perfumes, they're the worst ones that have the nicest bottles. So I thought, this bottle's real gimmicky, so the vodka's probably not very good. I'm happy to say I was wrong. The vodka is some of the best vodka. It is the single best vodka I've ever had. They did something clever over there where they hired a farm in Mexico that grows agave for tequila, but you cannot legally label alcohol as tequila unless it comes from one of 5 states in Mexico. What Dan Aykroyd did, what his company Crystal Head did, was pretty clever. So they have sourced all their agave from one farm, and they distill it as vodka. They market it as vodka, and it tastes and smells exactly like tequila. It's very strange. So the reflection you're seeing, there's numerous bottle designs. Each bottle design reflects the type of vodka that it is. So the Black Skull is the agave, which is essentially tequila, but they can't call it that. And they're calling it vodka, but it tastes nothing like vodka. They have a White Skull, and that's a vodka that's distilled, I believe, from potato. They have the regular Crystal Head skull, which I believe is distilled from grain. They have a skull that's a rainbow of colors, where a portion of the proceeds goes to support LGBTQ/LMNOP, but I think has the regular Crystal Head vodka in it. They have a hand-painted bottle, which is like $300, and I'm not sure which vodka they have in there. But generally, the different types of skull bottles represent a different product inside the bottle. I didn't realize that. I thought they were just coming out with collectible bottles. But the bottles actually represent, in some cases, different recipes and different types of vodka, how it's distilled. You can make vodka from just about, you can make it from grains, rice, potato, all sorts of stuff. So it's pretty interesting, and it's a top shelf vodka. I mean, it's up there along with like Tito's in price. But I don't think Tito's is worth it. But I think Crystal Head is worth it. And the bottle is absolutely collectible. And there are YouTube videos that show you how you can turn the bottle, once you've emptied the bottle, you can turn it into a cool LED lamp. And they have all these like little projects you can do with the bottle. It's pretty cool. But more importantly, it's really, really good vodka. I'm not much of a drinker, but when I drink, I want to drink quality stuff. I don't want, what do they call that? A bottle of plonk. So if you're seeing a reflection, that is what you're looking at. Is the bottles were placed over there. They were taking up too much room on the counter. I think I've got another one over here. I'm sure I've shown this to you guys before. This one is I think it was their latest one. And this is the one that it's a blue agave vodka, which is essentially, it's tequila. That they can't legally say that. It's distilled in the same way as vodka. It's just, if you look at the rules and what's required to call something tequila, they're essentially following all the rules except where it's made. But it's being harvested from a single family farm in Mexico, which means there's a very limited supply of it. So this was very hard to find. But yeah, if you watch Dan Aykroyd talking about this, you can't stop watching it. He's so enthusiastic and he's so filled with knowledge. This vodka is distilled through Herkimer diamonds. And they're not, you hear the word diamond, they're very common and inexpensive. They're like quartz crystals, but they're referred to as diamonds. And maybe the filtering through the Herkimer diamonds gives it its smoothness. I don't know, but this is not smooth. This is tequila. I did not really care for this. I like a good tequila and I like a good vodka. Those are my two favorite spirits. When I very rarely drink, I like, Cabo Wabo or Patron. Again, you're looking $50 a bottle. This stuff's about $50 a bottle, but one bottle will last me 3-4 years. Maybe if I have company come over and we open a bottle, that's the only way that bottle's going to go any faster. So for me, on that rare occasion when I want to drink, I really prefer the original Crystal Head vodka. It's just the absolute smoothest. And that's got the original Crystal Head skull, which looks like this. And then there's the one where the proceeds support the LGBTQ. It's pretty cool how they made the bottle. And then there's one that looks like it's bone, and there's one that looks like it's I'll just show you. It's got a weird almost mirror finish to it. Isn't that neat? So I just automatically assumed they must have to put it in a good bottle, an attractive bottle, to sell it. It must be horrible. Was I wrong? Now I will say, I don't really like any of the other flavors that he's come out with. I wanted to try them. So, but this one, the original Crystal Head, this is really good stuff. I've seen Costco sell the 1.75 liter bottle, and it's the same thing, but it's like this big. It's a huge, giant glass skull. And I wish I had bought one, but I don't drink enough to really justify that. Not like it's going to go bad, but yeah, that's what you're seeing the reflection of. That's been a favorite of mine for years. And I had been ignoring the other bottles. I just thought they were collector's bottles. I didn't realize they were, different products, different strains of vodka, different distilling. They even have, during the holidays, they have a little gift box you can buy to give as a, Christmas present, which is the Crystal Head vodka and 4 little Crystal Head shot glasses. And it's a smiling skull. It's not a menacing, symbol of death. It's a laughing, happy skull. So it's kind of a neat little story there. The way, just if you're interested, watch any of the videos that Dan Aykroyd is in. He even talks about it with Joe Rogan on Rogan's show, but there's also some independent videos they've shot. The Crystal Head is shot. That, of course, they put Dan Aykroyd front and center to promote it. And he just puts all these facts off the top of his head like it's nothing. So he's clearly a fan of his own product. That's always good to see. But you know, these celebrities, they get into their alcohol. So Sammy Hagar with Cabo Wabo, Ryan Reynolds had Aviator Gin. Sylvester Stallone had some kind of arrangement with Bullet Bourbon. There's more than I can name. A lot of celebrities. Kanye West, I think what did he have? Ciroc vodka? Was it Kanye? Anyway, there's more than I can name. I don't know that the celebrity endorsements or involvement in ownership necessarily equates to a better product, but I do enjoy watching somebody who truly enjoys the thing that they're out promoting. So if you're listening to Ryan Reynolds talk about Aviation Gin, it makes you want to buy it because it really seems like he genuinely enjoys it. Although he's also a really good actor. Dan Aykroyd, on the other hand, not that he's not a good actor, but he's more of a comedic actor. So when he's giving you all this serious information about what the skull means and where they're sourcing their water and why that's a critical component of the distillation process and how it results in this product, he's doing that without a script. He like genuinely loves that product. So I was as surprised as anybody when I tasted it, and I was blown away. I was like, wow, that's actually quite good. So if you're into that, absolutely check it out. William Lynn said the 3-liter Crystal Head is not available in the U.S. Now, it was a 1.75 liter. Generally in alcohol here in the States, we have two very common sizes. 500 milliliter, which I think is it 500? No, sorry, 750 milliliters is the typical alcohol fluid size that you would get. And then if you get the big bottle, that's 1.75. I've never seen a bottle. Well, I won't say I've never seen a bottle of 3 liters. Costco has their own brand of Kirkland vodka that's in a bottle that's about this round, and it's about nearly 3 feet tall. Let's say it's probably 2.5 to 3 feet tall. I have no idea how much vodka's in that, but it would take me a decade to drink that much. So, and it's a big, heavy bottle. It's difficult to pour without spilling it. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I wasn't aware those were reflecting in the glass, but I'm not surprised that they are because of where they're situated. But Studio B here doesn't have a lot of room, so I just had to get creative with putting stuff places, you know, that I didn't necessarily want to promote alcohol on the channel. I do try to maintain this as family friendly, and that's just a consequence of reflection. So since it was seen, I might as well explain it. So sharp eye there. John 10 says they need one with an alien skull. You know, when Dan Aykroyd tells the story when they were coming out with the vodka with the crystal skull, he had a conversation with Steven Spielberg because they had come out with the Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Purely coincidental. And he wanted to make sure that Steven Spielberg understood that there was no intent here, that was purely coincidence, and he wanted to nip it in the bud before it became a problem and to make sure that they weren't going to encounter any legal issues as they go to market now that this Indiana Jones movie has this crystal skull. And Steven Spielberg was totally cool about it and didn't really care. So, yeah. Because in the movie, in Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that is an alien skull. Joshua says, Aykroyd was good in Grosse Pointe Blank. I don't even remember Aykroyd being in that movie. Grosse Pointe Blank was a movie with John Cusack, and it's supposed to take place in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, which is a hoity-toity, well-to-do people live there. And he's like an assassin. If you can imagine John Cusack being an assassin. I didn't care for the movie, but because it's Michigan, and it's John Cusack. I've always liked John Cusack. Better Off Dead is one of the best movies, one of the funniest movies ever made. And John Cusack decided he wanted to get out of comedy, and it's such a shame because he did comedy so much better, I think. But he decided he was above all that. So I haven't really cared for this dramatic stuff he's doing, but he won me over with Better Off Dead, so I can't not like the guy. William Lynn wants to know, Carrie, if I buy a laptop like a Surface Pro or an iPad and the battery wears out, what can I do? So do I take it to the laptop repair store? I don't know about iPads. I don't mess with Apple products, but I can tell you the Microsoft Surface, the Surface Pros, those are glued shut. There's no way to open them and work on them. To the best of my knowledge, it can't be done. You will likely crack the screen and have to replace the screen, and you'll need some kind of a heat gun and a way to split that case open. To the best of my knowledge, that both of those are considered disposable. You use them until they break. If they break outside of warranty, as far as I know, they cannot be fixed. I think if you do a YouTube search on people disassembling the Surface Pro, I'd be very surprised if there's any videos of anybody putting one back together again. It is held together literally with glue. So I have no idea how you can open it without breaking it. And then once you do open it, I don't know how you put it back together. It would have a seam on it. It would be obvious that you opened it. I don't think there'd be any way to seal it back. Maybe somebody out there is doing it, but I'm not aware of it. Even Microsoft won't work on them. Generally speaking, there's probably someone who can, open those, but good luck finding them, and I can imagine that would be very expensive, especially if you compare it to the price of replacing it. It probably wouldn't make financial sense. Ted wants to know if I like the new framework laptops. There's nothing new about the framework laptops. This whole design element has been repeated in the 1990s, in the early 2000s. It's never caught on. They even tried doing that with cell phones. Does anybody remember the, these marketing companies, they talk about a product, everybody gets excited about it, but nobody buys it. Microsoft Zune, anybody? The cell phone, the smartphone, it was all the talk, the modular smartphone, that you no longer had to upgrade your phone. What was that called? What was it called? I'm going to try and search for it. During 2015, the Dutch social enterprise Fairphone developed the Fairphone 2, the first publicly available modular smartphone, which was released to sale December of that year. In 2016, two manufacturers unveiled phone lines with modular accessory items. LG Electronics unveiled its LG G5 smartphone, which allows add-on modules to be installed by removing its chin and battery and attaching the battery to an accessory that is then installed into the phone. LG unveiled a camera grip and audio enhancement accessories as part of the launch of the device. Motorola later unveiled the Moto Z, which allows the installation of case-like accessories known as Moto Mods, mounted using magnets to the rear of the device and a pogo pin connector for communication. Now, I don't need to tell you that none of these have really gained any popularity or level of market success. Google even demonstrated a developer edition of something called Project Era that was supposed to be released later that year, which was consisting of a base phone with non-modular components and extensible with modules for adding supplemental features. And Google intended to launch Project Era for consumers in 2017, but Project Era was ultimately shelved September 2nd of 2016. January 17, 2017, Facebook filed a patent for a modular smartphone design that was published on July 20th that same year. So this has just never caught on. We keep going through the same cycles over and over and over again. And so for people that are just now hearing about it, for the rest of us, it's like, you know what they say, if you don't know history, you're bound to repeat it. I mean, unless they get lucky with their marketing and it catches on, it's nothing modular in laptops or phones has ever done well in the market in the history of computers and phones. It's just never happened. None has ever been a market success, and I don't think the framework laptop is an exception. I think it's just more repetition of the same. I love the idea. Unfortunately, it's, for whatever reason, just doesn't catch on. Jose says, I'm blue, Uncle Kerry. Can you believe it? I know, Jose, I turned you blue. Welcome to the Blue Mod crew. Yeah, there you go. Stealth Mode says, welcome to the Blue Mod crew. Read my mind. GM says, I've seen several people on YouTube repairing iPads. Yeah, I don't know what complexities are involved in repairing iPads, like I said. And it doesn't mean that it's affordable. It also doesn't mean that the work they're doing completely resolves problems. I've seen and experienced smartphone repairs where the company fixes the problem the customer complained about, but then when the customer pays for the phone and gets it, they have a new problem, and it has to be returned, and they're without their phone the whole time. And you know, after a certain point, you're like, look, if you just buy a new one, you're guaranteed that it's going to work. You don't have to wait for it. You can have it immediately and start using it immediately, and you have a new warranty, so if anything's wrong with it, it won't cost you anything to fix it. These electronics in the era of age of time that we're living in are really truly meant to be disposable. The companies don't want you repairing them. They want to discourage it. They don't want parts available. And they want to entice you to buy another phone. You know, I've got a Galaxy S22 coming on March the 1st. I have never before signed up on day one of a new phone. Never. I have done this for the very first time in my life because it just so happens my Galaxy S10 battery its life isn't what it used to be. I'm constantly having to recharge it throughout, you know, usually 2-3 times throughout the day. The battery is just depleting too quickly. So I'm like, well, if I'm going to get a new phone, I know the S21 Fan Edition came out. I really don't want the bigger phone. I like the smallest version of the phone. And they want a pretty high price for it. And it was weird that Samsung came out with that 21 FE so close to the release of the S22. So I was tempted because I want to solve the problem with my phone. On the other hand, I don't want to spend $700 on a phone and then 2 months later, the new phone is out. So I'm like, all right, just hold tight, Kerry, it's coming. So Samsung, sure enough, made the announcement back at CES in January about the S22. A couple of sites did some reviews. They had some early hands-on, like Marquez, what's his name, Brownlee? Marquez did a great review of the upcoming S22 and the outgoing, or the recently introduced S21 FE. And so I sort of made up my mind on that and went ahead and pre-ordered it. So I've become a sheep. I'm like, well, the timing on it's just right. Every phone I've ever purchased has always been refurbished. Like paying full price for a brand new modern phone is something people with more money than me do. But I was fortunate enough, and the phone was, I think, $799, and they gave you a free upgrade. Amazon gave you a free upgrade to 256 gig instead of the standard 128 gig if you pre-ordered it. And it's unlocked and works with all carriers, and I own the phone outright. So March 1st, I'll have that, and I can't wait to retire this one. I even ordered the same Parallax Caseology case for the new S22. So in fact, I'll have the case Thursday. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. But on March 1st, I'll have the S22, as I've said like 3 times already, because I'm anxious to get my hands on it. I'm more anxious to just, like I say, retire this one. The Samsung Switch software entices me to stay with Samsung. It'll move all my apps and everything over, wired or wirelessly. And then I just pop the SIM card out and put it into the new phone. I don't even have to call the carrier. It just instantly works. I was a little turned off that the bigger models of S22 apparently have a stylus. I don't want a stylus. So, just stuck with the smaller, cheaper version and looking forward to having it. Richard S. says you'll have the S22 for 5 years, especially since they claim to offer at least 3 updates. We'll see how that goes. I mean, assuming I don't drop it and break it. John 10 says I have a Galaxy S22 Ultra. It hasn't been released yet, has it? I don't think it comes out till March 1st, so maybe you're a reviewer, or you've got a manufacturing sample. I think it's, if it's not March 1st, it's like the 25th of February is the, you can only pre-order though. Yeah, they start shipping on the 25th of February. Be kind of curious how you got your hands on one before it's available. How do I do that? I want stuff that other people can't have. Jose says, if only this channel would have started in 1997. Well, if you go back and look at the videos from 2008, they're standard definition 4:3 aspect ratio. The audio's not very good. The video quality is not very good. In 1997, the video probably would have been about a little bigger than a postage stamp, because that's about the size the videos were back then. I remember Microsoft Encarta being included with the multimedia kits. A multimedia kit was an add-on for a computer that was a sound card and a CD-ROM combined. They were about $300. I used to install those for customers at Best Buy when I worked there. You'd buy the multimedia kit and then you'd pay us to install it in your computer. Back then you didn't have built-in sound cards. You didn't have built-in video. You didn't have built-in networking. It was just a motherboard. John Tem says, my bad, it's the S21 Ultra Plus. Yeah, so that makes more sense. Kelly Stewart says he's got a Samsung Galaxy S8 and it still works great. I had the S8, that was my first Samsung Galaxy. And then I played with the S9, but it didn't seem to be any different than the S8. So I skipped over the S9. Then the S10 came out, and I got the S10. Then the S20 came out, and I didn't get that for me. It had a much nicer picture, but otherwise it seemed equally as fast as the S10. I didn't see a whole lot of difference other than the picture quality, screen quality. Then the S21 didn't seem very different from the S20. So the S22 looking like it's going to have much better screen quality, much faster processor, and much better cameras. So I'm excited. I've come a long way since my flip phone, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew the minute I started using a smartphone, I'd get addicted to it and spend way too much money and spend way too much time on it. I know myself. And I didn't have much choice. I held out for a long time. If you've been watching this channel, I had my flip phone long after most people got rid of them. Yeah, also in 1997, we mostly had dial-up. So trying to watch a video would have been very, very difficult. I would have had to just write everything down and take pictures, and you'd be loading it up on your modem. Bob Connor says he's got the Google 2XL and it works great. Well, again, it's easier when you're with Samsung to stay with Samsung. And it may be true of the Pixel series too, that they make the transition of moving to the newer model so painless. You know, it'll move all your apps, all your settings, all your pictures, all your text messages, everything gets moved over onto the new phone. And you can do it wirelessly. And I can't speak for other manufacturers, but the Samsung Switch software, without that, I would have no brand loyalty. You know, I'd be looking at, you know, OnePlus or whatever. I stick with Samsung because, first of all, I like the company. My TVs are generally all Samsungs. I would buy an LG, but I find the LGs are a bit more money. I'm very happy with the price to performance ratio that Samsung offers and the quality. So I do buy Samsung preferably because I'm familiar with the company and I think they're a good company. The Google Pixel, the OnePlus, I had issues with those phones where they removed headphone jacks, they didn't have wireless charging capabilities. There was some stuff like that I can't remember exactly, and it varies from model to model. But I would imagine they probably have some utility to encourage you to stay brand loyal to make the conversion easier. Certainly that's what Samsung has done, and it's worked for me, I'll tell you that. I have no reason to go to anybody else's smartphone. I had an LG smartphone for a while, but the Samsung is so far superior. But that was like my first smartphone. It was like an LG G4 or something. A couple of contributions from Planet Cryos, 99 cents 3 times there. Hey, thank you as always to Planet Cryos. Stealth Mode said, like you say, Kerry, it's a computer with a phone app. That's what a smartphone is. That's just facts. It's just a little portable computer. And the phone part of it is probably the least used app on the whole thing. It kind of cracks me up that we call it a smartphone when it's not a phone at all. It's a pocket-sized computer with a phone app. Kelly says out of all the phones he's had over the years, his Pixel is the one he is most stable and still works right. I've never had a problem with a phone not being stable. The issues I have had have been mostly battery life issues. Peter Laycock with another 50 pounds. Thank you so much, Peter. He says it's time for work. All right, well, let's trade. Peter, you go to work. I'm clocking out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today and sharing this learning experience with me. And for all the contributors, thanks you guys. Once again, YouTube is not showing me anything history-wise of the contributions. But of course, to Planet Cryos and Peter Laycock, the two names of the most recent contributors. And to everybody else who's, I hopefully acknowledged you earlier when you contributed. You guys make these videos possible. So appreciate you very much. And all my friends in blue, thanks for keeping it civil and in the chat room there and not going overboard with your powers of moderation. I appreciate that I have very moderated moderators. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up for me for today. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow, but if time permits, I have a lot of videos to make. So it's not a problem of content, it's a problem of time. So this Friday is a big show this Friday. I hope you'll join for the completion of the Big Beast build. And a special guest will join Mitch and I. That's all I can tell you for now. That's going to wrap it up for me. Thank you again. I will see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.